stars are licking through my skull. Set my sights on shining spires, set out on the highways tired, on the desert sands and ruined roads I rode. And this old lonesome road shall bring me what I'm owed. These new empires on old stones shall be my home. Under the Mojave sky, I find a flag to fly, to take the odds and break the game, deal another hand and play. Every heart a shift of circumstance, let every better stake their claim, deal another hand and play. Stack the deck, I'm letting nothing fall to chance. Atop the glistening tower, watching the struggles for power, the house sees every deal within this town. Behind the gangs and the walls, keeping a close eye on all old secrets buried in the underground. To dip the odds and break the game, deal another hand and play. Every heart a shift of circumstance, let every better stake their claim, deal another hand and play. Stack the deck, I'm letting nothing fall to chance. Lumbering across the west, ruined treasures repossessed, resurrect the old soul of America. Laws and labor structures tight, memories of faded might, resurrect the old soul of America. And the bear is rolling out across the west. And the bear is rolling out across the west.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's Sunday. And I'm back and I'm rested and cooled off and all the things. just as the take a drink alert comes up here as well. Let me make sure, what do I got here? Ah, there we go. Let's get the main screen up here. Welcome everybody. I am back. We're gonna have our longer coding session today, as opposed to yesterday when it normally be. But this should be there'll be one more, I think, deviation later in the month with the schedule, but otherwise it should be pretty stable for the next couple of weeks. Anyway, friends, we had stopped right in the middle of a problem. And I think I've been mulling it over, and I think I know what the issue is. I mean, I know what the issue is, but I think I know where I've gone wrong, potentially. So we're going to take a look at that. There's no more activity right now on GitHub, which is good. And I haven't even committed the things that we had done before, and I haven't really changed anything since last we met. I have been doing a little bit more research on the WebRTC stuff, particularly on running the stun and turn and ice servers. And it looks to me like, just from my perusal of it, it seems to me that that is the critical part when it comes to WebRTC stuff is ice and stun and turn, because that is what determines what peer connection you're going to get and all that stuff. And I have opened the RFC for stun here, and it actually looks like it's a more this is obsoleted by 8489, really? So this first request is, so this actually, like, the way that this is written actually seems palatable as far as like me being able to actually implement it, just based on what I've been reading here. So that seems like something I'll be able to maybe tackle, at least get the stun server tackled, and then the turn server as well. And even ice, to an extent, I think I can pretty much deal with based on how it's written, because of the it's relatively straightforward, relatively so, and I think I can kind of figure out what's going on there, because basically what's happening, and I watched, thank you again to Mytho for the link to this WebRTC crash course video. I watched that. It's unfortunately the author of the video does kind of ramble on a bit, but you can jump around in it and get a decent overview of the various pieces. And essentially it's just, it's really just a peer-to-peer protocol thing, essentially, is the way I'm looking at it. Which we only need a small fraction of it, and I think what's so daunting about the server piece is that it feels like I need a lot of stuff. But in reality, I don't think I need as much as it seems. Like, because everything I've looked at, all the different WebRTC projects and everything else, they have exhaustive code in them about all kinds of things, and they've got their own clients and all this stuff, and I'm like, I don't need the client technology, because we already have that. The browser already knows how to do this. JavaScript already knows how to do this. The client's going to be the JavaScript on the page that's linking the video, right? And all that is taken care of. All I really need to do is implement the protocols on the server side that it needs. And then, of course, there's going to be more things that the server has to do in the future, but, like, for very bare bones basic stuff, it just needs to be able to it needs to be able to negotiate and open a data channel. Or, well, actually, not even a data channel, it's a WebSocket. It needs to be able to negotiate a WebSocket for the JavaScript to communicate over, essentially. It's not called a WebSocket, it's called a data channel, which is not, it's, I don't know, there's a whole lot of difference between the two, because it's basically just a raw socket that's open that you're sending data over in whatever format you want to send it over in. But potato at this point. But I think if I can at least figure those pieces out, like the stun and the turn and the ice server, I can start to write some JavaScript that actually communicates with it, and I can actually see something working. The very basics of something working. And then I can start to tackle like the actual video portion of it, which I think is going to require some steps. But I'm not entirely sure, because what's throwing me a little bit is whenever I look at these WebRTC projects, I see a lot of code in there for like handling H.264 streams and handling VP9 streams and all this stuff, and I can't help but wonder, do you actually need that? Like, what, I mean, sure, you need it for if you're going to do transcoding and clips and stuff like that, obviously. You need to be able to know what you're transmitting, but at the very basics, you just have an open connection, right? And things are just streaming over this open connection. So is it just a matter of taking the raw data that comes in, give it to FFmpeg and say, have fun, buddy, and then when FFmpeg comes back, say, all right, clients, here's your updated raw stream of data that's been, if you wanted the 720p version instead of the 1080p version, here you go. The other interesting thing too, and OBS isn't going to support this immediately, but it might be something they support later, is that because the sockets are because they're just plain sockets, they're plain layers, right? You could have multiple video layers, which means theoretically, if you have the power, if you have enough, processing power on your, streaming PC, you could send two different video streams. You'd send the same video stream twice, once at, say, 1080p and once at 720p, say, right? And then there would be no transcoding. I mean, you would essentially be doing your own transcoding. There wouldn't be anything needed on the server side. The server would just say, oh, here you go. Whoever wants 1080p, here it is. Whoever wants 720p, here it is. Straight from the horse's mouth. right? And that would save a ton of server resources, a ton of time too. There wouldn't be an additional delay because obviously the server doesn't have to process anything. You can just send it along. So you'd actually have like, 2 streams or 3 streams that are all at the same delay. Like if the whole system has a 50 millisecond delay, then all those streams are at the same exact delay. There's no, if you switch back and forth, you won't be at a different point. It'll be the same time. That's pretty interesting. And there's other variations on that too, like being able to take other people's video and kind of overlay them in together and have multiple videos that way. Have multiple audio tracks. So much like Twitch has its VOD audio track where you can, eliminate you can eliminate any of the copywritten audio from your VOD track, and before it even gets there, that kind of thing. You could do something similar with multiple audio tracks, and presumably there's some semblance of a text track where you could send your captions and stuff over. I would imagine there's some concept of that somewhere along the line. So I think that's what was throwing me off the most, was that I was looking at the RFC. I was looking at the WebRTC RFC, which is really it's crappily written because it is really just giving you data structures and communication structures over other RFCs that are already written, right? So it's like, and I guess that's why I couldn't really figure it out, because I'm like, it's declaring all these data structures, but then it's not telling you what the hell to do with them. It's just kind of assuming things are there. But once you dig down to the RFCs, like for stun and for turn and all that stuff, and you start to see the actual nuts and bolts, then you realize, oh, these things are what are the core of the WebRTC stuff. The WebRTC stuff is just kind of lazily assuming those things exist and just kind of adding structure on top of it. So that's what that was kind of driving me a little crazy. So I think at some point I'll be able to start implementing some of this. And what's nice about some of this stuff is that I can probably do it. It doesn't look crazy complicated. Like, it looks like I can do it in pieces where I can test individual pieces and see individual pieces working. What's also cool is if I do get this and the turn server working and the ice server working, then all I have to do is write a couple lines of JavaScript, and I can test that with just simple JavaScript, like just make a short like chat thing. Now, the chat on the site isn't going to be WebRTC, because I feel like that's not necessary for what the chat has to be. I was going to make the stream chat be just a WebSocket, because it feels like WebRTC would be overkill for that kind of thing. Although there are plenty of chat utilities that are WebRTC, that it just felt like it would be kind of unnecessary. That said, I mean, it would kind of, there's going to have to be a piece of the WebRTC stuff somewhere along the line. So I don't know does it make sense to put it in the web server and use the chat and have it as the chat stuff as well? Or does it make more sense to just have chat be a plain WebSocket and just call it a day? Not sure. Not really sure. I'm kind of leaning towards the just make the chat a plain old WebSocket and call it a day, because I could just use basically what's existing already in Spring and I don't have to do anything custom. Whereas if I do a WebRTC thing, there's really nothing in Spring that I know of that will handle the WebRTC stuff. I mean, that said, there's probably something. The Spring framework is there's so many different pieces to it that quite likely that there's already something there that can handle it to an extent. But I know that there's at least WebSocket stuff that I can dig into and at least use that. So we'll see. We'll see what's going on there with all that. I'm interested to kind of get into that at some point and really look at it. But I'm going to probably do a lot of this stuff off camera, at least initially, because there's plenty of stuff to do that's a little bit more visual and potentially a little bit more interesting. So one of those things right now is we got to figure out this nonce stuff, because otherwise this whole thing is going to be a real pain in the butt. And I think what's going on is I have a filter that is doing the where is that at? Yes, the header filter. Yeah, here we go. Got this once per request filter running, and I'm thinking this is running at the wrong time. But this is running on the response, and I need this to run before the servlet run. So I don't know if I need to switch. Now they were using a filter for their stuff, so I don't know if I need to switch from a filter to an interceptor or what here, but let's see if there's something I can override in here. So we got do filter internal. Generic filter beam. Filter nested error dispatch. Yeah, I don't think this is. I don't think this is quite right. Got the mapping there, so let's also get over to another station here. Let's see. That's what I want. Excuse me. What do I want here? Let's try some lo-fi. Alright, let's try some of that for a little bit. See what that gives me. So we're adding the filter. So the problem seems to be that it's not. The problem seems to be that it's not. The nonce that it's putting on the page is not the same as the one in the header. So we have kind of a chicken and egg problem, I feel like. Not filter async dispatch. Default return value is true. Will not be invoked during subsequent async dispatches. This filter can be invoked in more than one thread over the course of a single request. Some filters only need to filter the initial thread, while others may need to be invoked at least once in each additional thread, setting up thread locals or perform final processing at the very end. I wonder if that's my problem. Hey, Techno Freak, welcome. I see you're you found my 7 TV emotes. enjoy. Setting up Arch Linux and delete off Windows. There you go. Okay. All right. We're making the transition. Making the switch. I like it. No more Windows on your PC. There you go. What is Arch using GNOME as its windowing system? Hard thing to make the file for Arch. Yeah, Arch Linux is definitely a little more advanced than most of the others. You have GNOME for the ease of it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah. Understandable. Honestly, I prefer Kubuntu, I'm sorry, KDE as the front end. But then again, what does swapped from Wayland to X11? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, what was that other Star Citizen and other things? Mm-hmm. Yeah, are you running Proton on there to get Star Citizen and all that stuff working, or are you just doing Wine? I guess technically Proton is a superset of Wine. Just more easy with GNOME. Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, I'm not judging. I'm just curious the what everybody likes to choose there. Because one day I'm probably going to say, screw all this nonsense. I'm going to Linux too. But we'll see when that day comes. Because I know I have very little to no desire to go to Windows 11. And I have a feeling Microsoft is going to either force that narrative or pull an ME and be like, oh yeah, nobody likes 11, so we'll just go to 12 and we'll fix all the things that everybody hates about 11. To each their own. Yeah. Yeah, no. I get it. Wonder if that's what I need. There's multiple threads because it's an async call. Well, it feels like that's the opposite problem, but let me try something here. Let me override the should not filter async dispatch. And I'll just return false here. Just people on their desktop more on the base system. Time and stable thing. Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah. Yeah, I was debating. I was like, do I want to do straight Ubuntu since I'm familiar with it and just put KDE on it so do the Kubuntu thing? Or do I want to go like Linux Mint, which is basically Ubuntu but its own flavor? It's just interesting. I just like to hear what others have picked because it's kind of like one of those things where there's so many choices that you kind of get choice paralysis, you know? We use Arch as more cutting edge. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if maybe. I don't think I've ever really used Arch, to be honest with you. I've done Red Hat. I've done Ubuntu. And I don't think I've been outside of Red Hat and Debian. I don't think I've been over the Arch area or the BSD area. You know? Now get on Arch OBS with browser support now. Oh, really? Okay. Games work better on Arch over Ubuntu. Okay. I mean that makes sense too because it really depends on how they are compiled and how far along they are. Because Arch has always been sort of, I believe, has been more bleeding edge than even like the Debian distributions have been. So not as used to Arch. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get you. It's a different beast. I haven't really touched it even. But it would be interesting to do that, I think. It's simpler to get GNOME working on it in full Arch. Yeah, yeah. I can see that. KDE has made a lot of changes, but it's also a lot more unstable and requires a little bit more hand holding too sometimes. Manjaro, yeah. Full Arch. Yeah. I don't know. I wonder actually what does DistroWatch say? Like what's popular nowadays? So last 6 months, MX Linux. What is that built on? It's based on Debian. And you could do Fluxbox, KDE Plasma, or XFCE. Interesting. Based on Debian's stable branch. XFCE is the default desktop. Okay. Huh, interesting. And that's the most popular so far. Although HPD, I don't know if that's hits per day or going down. So maybe not that popular. Endeavor OS. What is this? Endeavor is based on Arch. And that's got Cinnamon. Oh yeah, that's the other one. Cinnamon looked like a pretty good front end. GNOME, KDE Plasma, Mate, and XFCE. Not bad. What does it look like here? Very tiny. But it looks like... Was that looks like KDE, or is that GNOME running? I wonder... What's its default? Oh, it uses XFCE default. But that's XFCE? I haven't seen XFCE in so long. It's looking more and more like Windows now. Oh, is there a... Here... Yeah, that's the default in a lot of stuff, too. Wow. Many like Mate Desktop. Feels kind of like Windowsy. Yeah. Do XFCE Desktop, but it's missing stuff some games need. Oh, okay, so it's probably missing like yeah, because XFCE was always the lightweight desktop, right? It just does just enough to be there, but like it didn't have things like oh god, what is that library that GNOME uses a lot? Has an extra windowing library. Yeah, minimal desktop. Yeah, Bear. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Qt. That's what I was thinking about. The Qt library. Probably a lot of games probably need that. And that's I don't know if XFCE comes with that. Yeah, that and more. Mint. Here's Mint here. And so that's based off of Ubuntu long term. And I think its default is Cinnamon, right? Desktop. I think Cinnamon is the default desktop. I don't see it on there, but this is... It's got a windowy feel to it too. Yeah. And what else do they have on here? Pop! OS is still up in the top 10. And here's Manjaro you're talking about. That's all based on Arch. Awesome desktop? Is Awesome the default desktop? Yeah, look at that. I mean, you don't get more windows than that. Honestly. Pop! OS is the one that's a mess. It's hard to install most of. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. That was they still haven't quite stabilized themselves. You like your Linux to not feel like Windows, so when people see they freak out. Well, is this Cinnamon here, or is this Awesome? Wish they would show pictures of the actual desktop. What is let me see, Awesome desktop Linux. Awesome WM. What in the hell am I looking at? Holy hell, Batman. Can you make those icons any smaller? Jesus. I mean, I get it. You want, like, as much desktop real estate as you can, but damn. Better, harder, but more stuff. You say use Archful, yeah. So, oh, it uses Lua to do its windowing? Interesting. $15 years. Wow. Jesus, you don't even know these things have been around for so long. Even Debian full is stable, but outdated stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Debian. Like, a lot of things are based on Debian stable, but Debian stable is like usually like a year or two old, right? Because they don't do too many releases. But then again, it also means that they are usually pretty well, stable when they do come out. This has got to be the ugliest desktop window manager I think I've ever seen. Like, look at all those freaking widgets up there. Jesus. Let's is that Ubuntu running? Yeah, Awesome Desktop. I mean, that's passable. Although I don't like the candy coated buttons and how ginormous they are. But like, this is the desktop window manager not really a desktop. That's a new hit. Well, yeah, that's what I mean, right? It's whatchamacallit? It sits on oh, it's not. Oh wait, no, it is a window manager. So it's not sitting on top of X11, not X11. I'm drawing a blank here. X11, right? No. My brain is not working right now. Is that what is the windowing manager for? It's X Windows. X Windows. Yeah. Oh, it's not on top of X11 or Wayland. Yeah, so okay, so it is its own windowing manager. Okay. Yeah. Still, pretty fugly. Apologies to the awesome WM maintainers, but that is an ugly, ugly window manager. Like that just brings all, that's like, it's like making my mind cluttered just looking at it. A 10-year-old's room, yeah, it does. It really does. I was thinking like, I was like, man, I remember having all these posters up on my walls when I was a kid, and you know, football players and race cars and all that stuff. This is giving me flashbacks. Oh man, that's funny. That is really funny. It reminded you of being around kids. Yeah, no, it really, I mean, it's like it's the whatchamacallit, it's the stickers of, you know, Windows systems, right? Like everybody, you know, you had your old like Trapper Keeper, and you just kept putting stickers all over it, and all, you know, every time you get a sticker, there's more stickers on it, and it's like, oh, this is so cool, man! I got all these stickers on this. Look at this sticker. Look at that sticker. Yeah. And you were super duper cool when you had like the Kiss logo. You know, the from the band. You know, you had the little mouth with the red lips and the tongue hanging out. Oh, now I'm just dating myself. That's just what this is. That's just what this is. The trip down memory lane. Fedora is still doing interesting. Because Fedora Core is no more, right? I guess, is this the Fedora that is like bleeding edge now? Fudgy, Cinnamon, Enlightenment. Oof, Enlightenment. I haven't heard that in so long. Rat Poison, Desktop, Pantheon. Huh. So this has got to be the Fedora Linux, formerly Fedora Core. Is owned by Red Hat. But this is just like bleeding edge stuff. This is like, or yeah, this was their beta, right? I think Red Hat said like Fedora Core is going to be all their beta stuff, and then that rolls over into Red Hat Enterprise when it stabilizes. Something to that effect. Yeah. Fedora, Red Hat, Mandriva, yes. No, I had previous job I was at, we had actually no, it was this job I'm at. We started out with Fedora Core, and then they announced a couple years ago that they were no longer going to be a thing, and so we had to swap over to Red Hat Enterprise on our servers. So yeah, that's a thing. We're gonna OpenSUSE. OpenSUSE still holding on there. Pretty good. Garuda, KDE Neon. So is this KDE Neon is like the newest one, right? Based on Ubuntu. So was this, is KDE Neon what used to be Kubuntu? Or is Kubuntu? No, Kubuntu is still here. So this is because the Ubuntu project kind of distanced themselves from Kubuntu. And they don't like, I don't know how this still is maintained. I know it's maintained, but I don't know how they do it. Because they kind of like, kicked them to the curb at one point and said, no, we're just going to work on just main Ubuntu stuff. So there's that. So then KDE Neon is... What is this? So obviously it's using KDE Plasma. I think this is like the latest Ubuntu-based Linux distribution and live DVD featuring latest KDE Plasma. Rapidly evolving software repository KDE 2 editions, a user edition designed for those interested in checking out the KDE software, developers edition. This is really the like. Here's the very, very latest stuff, and here's what our developers use to develop KDE on, probably. What it looks like. Yeah. I have an affinity towards the KDE look. For some reason, KDE always looked very clean. I mean, like, it was always easy to see what you're looking at and all that stuff. Even in their dark mode, it was like all the icons were easy to recognize from a distance, and like everything just sort of popped in a way that was very easy on the eyes. Especially over here and everything like that. But there are alternatives now. I wonder what else. There's Lubuntu, right? Archcraft Tuxedo. There's Open Mandriva. Pretty far down on the list now. GNOME KDE Plasma. Oh, okay, so they're like targeting the Raspberry Pi. Open Mandriva based on Rosa. Sure. I mean, that might be nice on my Raspberry Pi that I have. I wanted to do that. If I wanted to, I don't know. Anyway, it was cool. Cool little trip down the DistroWatch, the DistroWatch road there. Clean build again. Make sure I did it. Make sure I did it. Yeah, that's cool. I want to see. I definitely want to get at some point a Linux box set up that will run games well. You know, like I could just kind of run every game that I want to run on it. Just run on it. You know, because I have the advantage here where I have two PCs. So I have one PC that's just doing the streaming and one PC that's doing everything that you're seeing, all the games and stuff. So as long as it gets a video output out, which it should be able to do, I could probably put any operating system on here I wanted as long as I could run the games on it. And if I can run games on it really well, then I could continue to have my streaming PC just be, you know, Windows 10, because it doesn't have to do much other than just run OBS. And that's about it. You know, run OBS and be able to save and be able to run the drivers for my capture board. And that would be pretty good. I don't know if I'm ready to switch my daily driver to Linux though. I have to really think about it, because it's there are certain quality of life things that you just get with Windows. You know what I mean? Like, you know that reasonably well that something's going to just work. Whereas with Linux, sometimes you just don't feel like fighting the battle, and you have to fight the battle sometimes, you know. Yeah, let me see. So I did that. So if I guess fight the battle is the wrong word. Sometimes you just want something to just work. You know what I mean? You're just tired and you just want something to just work. And that's kind of what's kept me on Windows for a lot of times. And sometimes I just want to download something and have it just work and not play footsies with it. Okay, so we have that running. So D443. Log in. Yeah. Yeah, it's still telling me that the nonce I'm generating is not the same as the one in the header. This is just not running at the right time. Yeah, JB, this is the nonce that I generate. JB, blah, blah, blah. And this is the nonce, and the header was 1, da, da, da. So what's happening is it's not... Single request thread. Once per request. Oh. But what's really weird to me is that I'm adding the nonce to the requests. I'm also adding it to the response, but it's the same thing I'm adding. So at the end of the filter chain should, in theory, be the servlet. But what it looks like is happening is the servlet ran first. Which the servlet in this case would be my controller method. It looks like ran first. And so it has an old nonce, it doesn't have the updated one. Which means I would have to put this as an interceptor. So that it would make... So that explains why they were doing it in such a way that you had to... So they were setting the policy header, but then they were replacing the nonce in a different thing. and not doing it in the same place that they were setting the header. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to set the header like I'm doing now. But then the actual generation of the nonce I'll have to do in an interceptor most likely. Right, so is that true? Yeah. I have to do it in an interceptor, and I'll have to grab the header, not that security policy header, and then do this policy formatted on it. All right. So, not ideal, but it is what it is. Controller, interceptor, X controller, interceptor. What did I make this? Handler, interceptor. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do new class, and we'll say CSP nonce interceptor. Wait, it's I think it's an interface. Handler, interceptor, yeah. And I want to do free handle. What else did I put on here? Did I put anything else on here? No, did I have to register this though somewhere, right? Yeah, I have to add interceptors in the web config. Okay, that's fine. We'll do that. Let's grab out of here the relevant parts. Grab those. Those in here. And then over here we'll say that this is just policy. And then grab that out of there. Okay, set the policy in here like we had before. And I'm wondering if I can do just a request set attribute this time. I'm going to try that, since that'll get automatically cleared out every time. We'll do private static final int nonce size. Yep. And what I want to do is I set that attribute, and I want to say response get header content security policy. String header. Wait, that's not giving me a string back, is it? Yeah, that's not really what I want. I want to... Well, yeah, I do... Yeah, no, I do need that. That'll get me the header, and then I'll just say response.set header content security policy header.formatted with nonce. And then just return true, I guess. No, I did over here, just return true. Yeah. Yeah, otherwise it'll fail it. Okay. So this should set it before... The interceptor should run before the endpoint run. Hopefully the content security policy header already exists at this point because the filter ran, question mark. And then we'll see how that goes. So I need to do in the web config here. I'll change interceptor registry, add interceptor, new CSD elements. Interceptor. There we go. Alright, we'll see if that works the way I'm hoping. It works. Boom, 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 boom. Doom, doom. So I was getting a little carried away. I was playing. Last night I need to wind down a little bit, so I was playing some more Dragon Quest XI. Just kind of grinding out some levels, and I was getting really ahead of myself because I started hitting some metal slimes and stuff, and I was really leveling up a bunch. So I might be way ahead of the curve as far as the game goes, but I was just enjoying just kind of listening to people, listening to others stream, while just kind of mindlessly going through battles in there. That was cool. And then I kind of got a little bit of the bug, and I was like, you know, I have Dragon Quest Heroes 2. I never really played through. I decided to kind of just dip my toe back into it, see how I like it. And then also Dragon Quest Builders 2. I also have Builders 1, but I only have that on the PS4, which is not plugged in right now. So I don't know what I'll do there with that. Maybe I can. I wonder if there's a good PS4 emulator. I do have a PS emulator on here, but I think it's I don't think it's a PS4 emulator. I'll have to see. Because that might be, because I own it there, it might be interesting to be able to play that. Play the original one. I can tell you that playing 2, I remember why I put it down, because the first hour where they're like tutorializing you and stuff, like, it is so annoying. Like, all the characters in that game at the very beginning are just super annoying, and they just have so much text dialogue. Like, holy hell, man. Um, so I remember why I put that one down, but I would like to get back to that at some point. But my priorities right now are to get through Dragon Quest XI if I can. If I can finish it by the end of the month, that'll be great. Baldur's Gate 3 comes out at the beginning of August because they moved the timetable up, so I think it's August 3rd now or something like that. So I did watch some of their final panel from Hell, and I'm interested. I don't know how it's going to go, but I am interested in it. I definitely want to play some of it. We'll see how far I get, because it's going to be really hard for me to get all the way through it before Starfield comes out in September. So, because I have a feeling Baldur's Gate 3 is gonna probably take a lot more than just the, a month due. I would imagine, at least for me. So we'll see how that goes. Because one way or the other, when Starfield comes out, I am switching over to that, and I'm going to be playing Starfield. I did want to jump into Cyberpunk. I never played it. I bought it and saw everyone say, well, I didn't yet. I didn't initially buy it because I wanted to see, because there were rumors that it was going to be a flop, and it was, because it was technologically just not there. And I think I bought it in bargain bin status. And now it sounds like there's a new DLC coming out that might be really good. And so I wanted to jump back into that. I wanted to jump into that for the first time at some point, but with all this other stuff coming out, the can is getting kicked down the street quite a bit with that one. So that's just kind of where I'm at right now. And I don't want to, I could go back to like having two going at the same time, but it's hard to have two RPGs going at the same time, because I do like to do a lot of stuff off camera. Like if I need to grind and stuff like that, something that's not going to be very interesting to watch, I kind of want to do that off camera. But we'll have to build as we go and see what's going on there with that. I kind of just want to stick to one, because both of them are like long games, presumably, longer RPGs. And so when you have like a long game like that, if I divide up the time between that and another game, I end up extending how long that game is going for. And even though I'm fine with that, I do get to a point where I'm like, you know what? I'd rather, I need something different. And I know if I put something down, it's unlikely that I'm going to come back to it anytime soon. So that's why I'm like, with these longer games, I kind of want to just sort of mainline them and just get them done. Sometimes just because otherwise they'll just hang around for so long, But anyway, let's get that. So we have that running here. Run this. Do login. Back. It didn't actually put it on the page. Okay, so that broke the page by doing a set attribute on there. But let's see. Oh, well, that's because I'm looking at I forgot to change the damn controller, is what it is. Where's my login controller? Yeah, I should be doing attributes. on there. Let's stop this for a second. Project. Clean. Build. See what we got here. All right. Also, I saw that. Oh, that's what I meant to do too. I saw that Mix It Up bot now is supporting in beta for the YouTube. I meant to start that up and download it and get that connected at least for that. I'm waiting for them. Hopefully, Pick gets a API soon so that I can switch over to Mix It Up app for everything again. Although I do like Pixel Chat's overlays. To an extent, I like their overlays, but I did prefer having everything in Mix It Up because since it's running locally, I had commands set up where you could like run like random audio clips and all that stuff, and I could actually have it. I actually had it linked into OBS where you could do like a bang clip and it would make a local clip and all that stuff. But that's I don't have that running right now because it's not going to work the way I have it set up at the moment. I'm waiting for all that stuff to come down. Come down the pike, so I can switch back to that. Botrix doesn't have as many options as I'd like. In fact, I've got a lot of it turned off. A lot of the options turned off in it. And Pixel Chat doesn't have a bot. It just has overlays, which is kind of weird. Their overlays are really nice, but without the bot portion of it, without the chatbot portion of it, it's very, very limiting. And also they don't really give you control over where you put stuff, but not really. Not without really stretching it a little bit. So, it has nice stuff, but it's not the it's not as good as it could be, I guess. Let's see what we got here. All right, now we've got something. So LPPQNN it starts with, and we have a different one that was generated up here. All right, so I'm still having that problem where so it seems to me like I'm gonna have to move everything into an interceptor then and just do it there. If I want this to work properly, it seems like. That's really strange. I wonder why. Bring REC content security policy not.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
Security policy not successfully on normal pages. Generic filter bean. They set their content security policy there.
Remember all the happy times we had?
And then they replace the word nonce with their thing.
They're very much alike.
They do it with a... I don't know why they do it with... I don't know why it has to be a rap.
Remember all the happy times we had?
The nonce value is provided to the page via controller advice. Oh, they just add it into the model. I mean, that's one way of doing it. And actually it's not a bad way of doing it, honestly.
I'll tell you the truth.
But this wrapper is what's got me confused. Because they're putting a response wrapper there. A set attribute. Right. Get header value is a private. They're overriding set header and add header. Why is that necessary? Why can't I just set it and forget it? And also they're extending generic filter bean instead of the one per request. And I wonder if that's making a difference too. I mean, one per request extends generic filter bean, but it ensures that there's only one, it only runs once. Which I feel like it only needs to run once. Response wrapper. The only reason I can think that they're doing that is because since they're using generic filter bean, they've got a servlet request and a servlet response. So when they do a request that's that attribute, setting it on the servlet request, servlet response wrapper. Now here's the question that I'm asking. Use the response or interface time method. Gives you a convenient way of wrapping existing response with some logic without having to write a whole new implementation interface. When I modify a response's behavior, just want to collect information about the response while it's been used. Response chain. To modify behavior based on our summon servlet or JSP calls a certain method on the response. If overridden in your wrapper class, then this one will be called instead. So why do that? You're overriding the set header. An add header. Overriding set header and add header. That if someone's trying to set yeah, if someone's trying to set the header, the content security policy header, then you're replacing the value with the nonce. Otherwise, you're just giving them the value. So you're doing that, but then in the filter, doing the filter. That's wrapper. So essentially, I mean, that would mean that it's changing. So when the servlet actually runs and it dumps out its stuff to the response, the header will be there. They've got content security policy and add filter before header writer filter flat. They're making sure this filter comes before content security policy is set. Which makes sense because then you set the content security policy with the correct. But I don't. That. That's the part that's throwing me, is that it's not a. Like, how is this any different than just doing it in the freaking filter? like that's the part that's driving me nuts. Basically, you're saying here every time somebody writes, sets or adds a header, they're going to hit your response wrapper. And you're just checking that if someone happens to be setting this content security policy, that you replace the value in it. But how's that different than just putting the damn value in there in the first place and calling it a day? I mean, they're not, I guess, I assume they were doing this because they're trying to use the content security policy here, and this is the only way to do that. But if you're setting the content security policy header yourself, then what is the point of breaking this up? Request array existing nonce is null, then generate one. String performs a forward rather than redirect, but the filter is invoked second time. Code preserves any existing nonce so it can be provided to view model the error page. Which I think kind of touches on the issue I'm having. Let me see here. If I'll stick with the request get attribute because I want them. I don't want to have to deal with them in the session. So I'll get rid of this. Right, and then we'll go over here. Grab that stuff. Right, and I'll put that in here. And then I would say just let's move this into its own thing here. Private string generate. That out of there. That down there. And just return this. That, and I'll say string will generate. Okay, and then I want to do want to say if request get attribute not not equal or equals null, then do all of this, right? And nonce attributes policy dot formatted right. Do this filter. Will only I still want to set the header. But I want what I really want is string nonce that's null. Do that. Else nonce equals request that gets attribute and convert that to a string. Maybe that's correct, although I gotta make sure that it changes every time I do it. But that's only doing the get attribute and set attribute on the current request. So if there is a forward or something in there, it should preserve it, hopefully. I don't know that that's the actual problem I'm running into, though. But we could try that. Let me go to web config here and comment out this guy for a second. Don't need that right now. Stop the server. Clean here. All right, and republish. Oh. Okay, yeah. Oh, very good. All right, and clean the work directory out, and let's give it a whirl here. Let's see if this has changed anything for the better. over here, refresh, login. I don't think it generated anything at all. I don't see anything up here. Where's the, where do I generate that at? Here? Oh, here it is. PRO. And it says UFX there. Damn it. I'm still having like this sort of... It's not necessarily a race condition, but it's like I'm having a problem where the header is getting generated, I think, multiple times, and it's going out of sync with what I'm passing to the controller. The two don't match, and that's really weird because everything's saying, all the stuff online is saying that I have to wrap the response. I don't understand the reasoning behind wrapping the response, or at least I need the filter to run before servlet, which it should be doing. It should be running before the servlet runs. I have that, and then in my login controller here, we'll put a breakpoint here, and I will actually let's do that. It's gonna get run. It's gonna get run a couple times, but before we actually get to the page, but I'll just hit play on it. There we go. There's the first time ran. Excellent. Okay, so it ran once already. We got onto all the filters run at least once. And now it's running again. So what do we get here? We got a generate, set an attribute on the requests. We set the header. So it's NIS there. Run forward. Okay, we're back in here again. So we'll set it to PEX this time. We're in here again. FF. And again, Jesus. Okay. And getting called a lot of times here. For something that should only be called one per request. It's getting called a lot. So what? Oh yeah, okay, that was just, it was called that many times just to get this first, the homepage going. Alright, so we got this here. And that's the... What was the quest get attributes? Be the PP thing that we saw. Right, it is. We got set to that. Run. And yeah, it's getting called again. That's the real problem, is it just keeps getting called so freaking often. Why is that? So it's calling this filter like every time there's a request for like any file. Every time, like even when you're requesting JavaScript file, it's doing it, like static files, which is likely unnecessary, but also not filter error dispatch if they wish to declare statically if they should be invoked once during error dispatches. Get already filtered attribute name method determines how to identify that a request is already filtered. Default implementation is based on the configured name of the concrete filter instance. Return the name of the request attribute that identifies that a request is already filtered. Default implementation takes the configured name of the concrete filter instance and appends .filtered. Filter is not fully initialized, it falls back to its class name. Maybe I need to implement that so that it doesn't constantly do this. Like 900 times. Get already filtered attribute name. Oh, let's see. Let me do that. Let me override. All right, stop this. Should also stop the server. Good. Let me override that method. Source override. Get already filtered attribute name. And we'll return. Let me do private static final string header name content security policy. Here. Enter name, and then the attribute name will be, it's looking for a request attribute. That would be base front end controller nonce. Which means theoretically I don't need to do this then anymore. I can just say let's go back to generate nonce here. Because in theory then this will tell Spring don't do this filter anymore because it's already got the attribute name in there on the request, which means it's already been run once because this is the only thing setting that attribute. So let's I'm gonna run this in debug again to see if it's called 900 times like it was again, or if it actually doesn't do that. Still gonna call it per request though, right? I have a feeling it's still going to call it 900 times here because it's every request. Well, let's see what happens. Let me try this at least. I'm not going to know if I don't fail over and over again. Bug. That's went through once there. Fresh. Once. There's twice. Three times. 4 times. 5th time. 6th time, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 times, whoops, that's the right one. 14 times just for the main page. There's once there, and then twice. So it's doing that filter, it's running that filter twice, and that's the whole problem. Why it's not matching up. Which means even if I were to run come on. Terminate that. What's going on with my window here? There we go. Even if you were to do this as a filter like they were doing, generic filter bean. If I extend a generic filter bean, headers. See, they're doing it directly in the security filter chain there. And that appears to be making all the difference. Where, I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. Which I guess is fine. I mean, it removes a couple things of cruft here, I suppose. Where's my config? The hex security. But where did they put that at? Security filter chain. Filter chain. I have to put it on all of these. I guess that makes sense because there wouldn't be any need for it on the API filter change, for instance. But authenticated, needed, admin would need it. All access needs it. All right, let me see what I can do here. Let's do private HTTP security. Content security policy. I guess I don't even need to do that. Say avoid there. Well, no, I could be better to return, I guess. I'll just say HTTP headers. Oh, there's a headers customizer. Headers customizer, headers configure. Okay. Configure headers customizer. So let's just do customizer. Headers configure. HTTP security. So return DSP dot oh, there is a content security policy. Includes content security policy header. I want that and also the filter. So that's fine. I'll put that, I'll encompass both of those in here. Policy directives. Deprecate it. Removal in 7. Use customizer instead. Oh. Content security. Customizer content security policy. Config. Let me do that. Customizer. Security policy config. Policy directives. Report only. I don't. All it does, it gives me policy directives. Can't use and on it. All right, so I hate the way they've done this. They've made it so they've polluted it with so much nonsense here. That security policy. This. SB policy. There. Alright, I have to hit the restroom real fast, my friends. I will be back in 2 minutes. Stay put and enjoy, hopefully, the music. Okay, I am back. Screen back up here. Okay. So, set the policy directives. I'm guessing this takes security. Not generic. Well, what is it saying about here? Headers configure. Optimizer. Oh, I guess it's headers configure. Security builder. How are you supposed to? That's annoying. That is so annoying. What am I supposed to do here for this? So HTTP dot headers dot content security policy is customizer content security policy config. Well, it's got to return a headers configure HTTP security. Oh wait, headers configure HTTP security. Security policy customizer. Here's configure content security policy config as a raw type. Here's configure H to be parameterized. Headers. Figure. I don't understand what it's upset about there. Wait a minute, content, wait, is it content security policy? Header writer? No. I just want to header. Header. Dot. Headers configure. Headers customizer. Headers configure HTTP security. Okay, headers, that's my headers configure HTTP security. Private customizer. Headers configure. Security. Common headers. So then we return the headers. Dot. Content security policy. Content security policy. That. What? Why is that? What? The method content security policy. That's not the one I'm using, though. Using customizer, content security policy, config. Why is it thinking that that's... just do what's in here. Not much to it anyway. And then deprecate it. Use the lambda base configuration instead. Well, I am. Security policy. Add header writer. Cache control. Content type options. What am I looking for? Section header writer. Frame options. Yeah, I should have the frame options too, right? Frame options. That's deny. Enable. Same origin. Specify allow any request that comes from the same origin. Frame this application. It was supposed to be an example. Frame the application, but you all could not. No, I think just straight up deny any frames. What else do we want for headers here? Cache control. That's isn't there just a default? Cache control headers writer. Doesn't give me anything on it though, except to disable it. It's very weird. I guess I don't do anything there, then it's the default. Cross margin opener. That's disabled. Emissions refer policy. Builder. Oh, I mean, this is fine and well, but so I've got the headers there. Headers configure. So up here, I would just say p dot headers common headers dot add filter before classic lens filter. Why does it need? Allows adding a filter before one of the known filter classes. Is there either a filter listed and add filter, or a filter has already been added? Really, I should just say add filter first, right? We're gonna filter. Which user filter? Or just add filter beforehand, right? Cores. So add filter. New do I have to do the or nonce filter then? Where do I have these at? In startup. And I have my custom cores filter there because I couldn't get the other things to work the way I wanted it to work. Comment that out for a second. And what does it say here? Filter. new class nonce filter. It would extend once per request filter. And I just grab all this stuff out of here. I suppose I do this too. Notice if it's already been run. Grab this. Just grab. I guess I'd grab both of them. What would it be before though? No, I think. Let me try something here. I'll do this. And then that there, so that generates it. And I'm going to put it into the request. I'm going to say string. I'm just going to say request dot set attribute and base front end controller nonce. I'm going to set it to generate. That's all I'm going to do here. But if I have no way of controlling what maybe I do. In the Lambda, do I have access to the request in the Lambda? I don't think so. How would I access it? Like it's in HTTP security somewhere? I mean, with this, I would have to wrap the response. Do a wrapper on that. Just how they have it. I guess that's what I'll have to do. So, so nonce, servlet wrapper. Response wrapper. That, and then the nonce. And what did they do with their wrapper here? Oh, they do actually call super response. I guess that makes sense. Store the nonce in there. Okay. So super response. And then this, the nonce equals nonce. And then override implement methods. Let's see what we got here. So add header and set header. And they just do set header, add header. Header, add header. Okay. If name, if content security policy equals name, then is this called a superset header? Yeah. Superset header name and value dot formatted with that. Else just superset header. Actually, I don't even like the way that's written. I'm just gonna say string new value equals value, and I'm going to say new value dot format it from there. Super That header name new val. And then add header is bring new value content security policy equals new value, or I'm sorry, equals new name, then new value formatted for add header name new. All right. Servlet response wrapper. Then over here in the filter, just say super do filter, right? Or chain, I'm sorry, chain do filter. Filter, chain, do filter, request, new, nonce servlet wrapper response, and generate the nonce. Hopefully that is correct. I mean, it's closer to what they have in their thing there. So theoretically, I should be able to add this filter, right? Okay, well, it didn't complain. So I'll do this. All access filter chain. The admin filter chain. And the authenticated, but not for API. I believe that is what we want. Gonna take a drink too. Okay, let's. I mean, grasping at straws here. Let's try this one. Let's see if that yields more success. I mean, technically we're letting Spring Security do its thing now, which is the more correct way of doing it than what I was doing. Then again, it's only more correct if it actually shows the header, which was the whole problem in the first place, I think, for the other thing. For the other header that we were working with. Although now that I'm thinking about it, maybe that was the whole problem. Cores? I don't know. It wasn't set. Maybe cores had to be set under the headers and I wasn't setting it properly, although it has its own thing here, so I don't really know. Run this again. Oh, there was a problem there. Not have a registered order, cannot be added without a specified order. Consider using add filter before or add filter after instead. Why do you give me a plain old add filter if you're then going to complain about it? Add the filter. There must be an instance of or extend one of the filters provided within the security framework. Ordering filters is the method ensures that the ordering of filters is automatically taken care of. Okay. Current session filter. There's switch user filter. Remember me. Okay, so yeah, I gotta just pick one of these. The go before, but what is the cast application? Security context logout filter. Force ear session creation. Error token. Basic authentication. Request cache aware. Security context. I don't know which one of these is where the other header gets it. I just concurrent session filter using a password authentication filter. Speaker session creation filter. I guess. No idea. 30 matcher.
Yeah, we back, man. Chillin'. It's volume 2. Hey, check it, I'm going. It's like, y'all thought I was going in. I'm just playing.
I'll just say table encode URL filter.
There ain't no erasing what I'm like. Cook it up like bacon when I got the mic. Dropping hits so hard it feel like fight night. But still I worry, do I live my life right? cherry coke, what I'm sipping. The mic is in my hand, so you can wait until I'm finished. I'm passing out advice that leave fake people diminished. Hold up, I think I heard your girl just say that I'm delicious. But I can't get off
And then
topic,
cut
I'm
your
on a
off
mission.
filter.
Blow this game up like it's nuclear fission. I got a picture to paint for you, it's a mixture of different parts. I'm building a rocket to see
Just try that. I don't know.
born, got the bounce in my veins. I never smoked
I don't know what where the appropriate part to put that in is.
but I can't do that without no pay. Got me carrying weights, but I keep it classic on my way to the top of this game. Full of past I got in front of my face. It took galactic waves. I'm on a power trip. I pray every day for this dream to happen. With now got ace of spades. I've been packing for the journey ahead of me. I'm amazed at my passion and power. No time to write this on a page. Looking back,
All right.
passing race. Was it rap was a race? If that's the case,
Hammond Hall there. See what it does.
and now that I got that on my system, it's time for me to give you that advice that you've been missing. The amount of work you put in your dream is what comes to fruition. So if you're not motivated, you might
This shouldn't be this. You would think. You would think Spring Security would have a built-in mechanism for just doing that. It's very weird to me that they just kind of threw it in there as a static thing when there's nothing about that header that would be when there's potential for things about that header to not be static. It just seems very strange. Unless there is some built-in mechanism, I can just key off of that, I guess. I could dig into that. Well, I'm gonna have to probably dig into that. Even if this works. Or at least I probably should dig into that, even if this works. No, it's the it says %s there, so it didn't actually run that at all, which is just fun. So I didn't put the filter in the right spot, or it just isn't going to run there. So Spring Security content security policy notes. Generate a random one. Oh, here we go. Add filter before header writer filter dot class. That's where that came from. Okay. So add filter before header writer filter class. That's what we do. I just can't believe they don't have a mechanism for it. It's just like, you talk about dropping the ball. Like, that's the super duper we dropped the ball on this thing. This is 2021. This is very recent stuff too. Stack block belt, security header, spring boot. Same options. Same options. Same origin. That's protection. This is for the 520 release. This is already out of date. These things here. Hey, Matty B, welcome. How you doing today? What is the stores? Security policy. Location author. Okay. Policy directives. Yes. Report only. Feeling so good. Cool. Glad to hear it. That's it. They just say just add this. And that's it. They don't even talk about it. That's crazy. That's freaking crazy. That's freaking crazy. In the actual spring docs, they don't even talk about it. How they could be so far off the mark on that, where you have to kind of hack their own damn code to make things work. I am doing well. I'm doing very well. Oh, it's getting nice and dark out there. Yeah, it's raining buckets outside. I hear some rumbles of thunder as well. But I'm doing great. I'm feeling good. I will have to venture out in a little bit to get something to eat, but we need this. we need the rain, definitely. So hot here, yeah. We last couple of days have been very hot. In the 90s, and today it's very humid. Yeah, I mean the UK. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's been but over here in the on the eastern US, it's been a scorcher as well. We've had tons of humidity, and even out there right now, it's like walking through a sweaty gym sock. But we're also getting a torrent of rain. In fact, my phone just went off earlier with the flash flood warnings. So, fun stuff. But you know what? I mean, that's what happens when you go. We've had almost a month without any significant rain, and then now we're getting it all in a day. Here's my... So I started that. Refresh. Still not working. Damn. So it's not there. Glad your PC hasn't crashed because it's been so hot. Yeah, no, I get you. That was my concern for a while there too. When earlier in the week when I didn't have any AC, I was just waiting for the computer to start beeping loudly about the temperature. But I mean, the one saving grace there is it should automatically, like if the temperature gets too high, it should automatically turn itself off. So to protect the hardware at least. But yeah, even then it's still a pain. You don't want to lose all your progress and everything. That said to do it before. Even this says add filter before header writer filter. Good mining? Yeah. That's good. That's good. Very good. Why? Dynamic. Add filter before. Add writer filter. That's pretty crazy that this is not working. Like it is running, it's running the filter because I have a value on the page, but it's not actually replacing thing here. Content dash security dash policy. I did spell it correct, right? Yeah, if content security policy equals name, right? And string utils has text value. Oh, that's just to get the header value set on there. Controller advice. But if I add new filter request, writer filter class. Huh. That's strange. So the filter is definitely running, but it's not not replacing. Not replacing the value. Maybe it's the once per request fee. Maybe I'd have to just extend. Generic. Oh, maybe. Is that? I kind of like. I like this one now because it's on the. I mean, it's running it. This part is running. The wrapper is not doing what it's supposed to do. Oh, duh. I know why. That would be why. That'd be why that's not working. Same down here. Try that again. I gotta remember these are not in-place replacements. They do very few in-place replacements anymore. It's always a return now. They used to do it all the time where it would just replace it in place in memory, but now it's very few and far between. I always get tripped up on that. Boom, 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 boom. So I was looking at some of the Java 21 features. I didn't see all of them. I saw like a few, which is coming out in a couple, I think September, I believe. And that's going to be the next long-term support Java. And one of them, kind of interesting, is you no longer, if you only have one class in your whole application, you no longer have to declare it. Which is interesting, or well, actually, you no longer have to declare a class as long as you don't try to refer to that class. So I'm assuming it will, which is interesting and also an odd restriction, because in theory, like the way Java works is your class, your file name is the same name as your class name. And if you have a class inside of a class, it will generate another class. You know, the file name doesn't have to match, the source file doesn't have to match, but the class that's generated will have a file name that is class $, whatever class. So it's weird to me that if you want to refer to the class elsewhere in your code, you still have to declare it. But yet, if you don't want to refer to it anywhere, you don't have to declare it anymore. And that just seems odd because, technically speaking, if you've named your file, you know, blah.clat.java, then your class name should be blah. Right? So, why can't the compiler grab the class name just from your file name? And then you can just refer to it that way. Which is interesting and weird, that's a kind of restriction they've put in there. because that would be pretty useful for, well, maybe. I don't know how useful it would be. It might be useful for Pojos, where you just have a class that doesn't extend or implement anything, which doesn't happen very often in web dev, because you're almost always implementing, like, if you're doing a Pojo, you're almost always implementing serializable, because it's probably going to end up in a session or something and get written out to disk, and you're going to want that. But if you're in a fat app where that's not a thing, or that's not necessary, like, you could make a whole bunch of Pojos without needing to, define the class encompassing and all that stuff, because you've just defined the file name, and just everything that's in there is just part of that file name. So it was kind of a weird restriction they put on there, and I'm guessing it's just something that was very difficult. I'm guessing it's something they might revisit in a later Java. Maybe it was just too difficult for them to kind of tweak the compiler and such that, or linker such that it would work. But that was an interesting one. So essentially what you can do now, and then also for like your main method, there's variations of the main method now. So like if you want to do hello world, used to be you have to do like public static void main string args as the parameters, and then you do it. Now you can just do I think you can just do main without any arguments, and it still works. It just goes through a chain of different things and says like main with arguments, main with no arguments, public static, void main, public main, void main, all that stuff. So that's kind of it was done ostensibly to help with people learning Java. Although I would argue that that's kind of useless way of learning Java, because you're missing out on all the syntax that you're going to need for a real application. But I guess it's an easier way to kind of jump in. It's just it's very strange. It's a good change, but it's also kind of strangely hamstrung in many ways. I would like to see Java get like I'd like to see Java ditch some of its boilerplate, and that's kind of what they're doing there. But I would like to especially see it with Pojos, since we work with those probably the most, the plain old Java objects, right? And it would be nice, at some point you're going to have one, just kind of your data structure, right? And so it'd be nice if you could shorthand do those, kind of like you do in, I think C# has like properties or something like that, and you just define the properties at the top, and then it automatically has getters and setters for each of those properties, depending on how you've defined them and everything. And I know that there's a library that you can bring into your project that will give you annotations, and I forget the name of it, escapes me right now, but there is a library you can bring into your project that you can put annotations on your Pojos, and then it will automatically generate the setters and getters for your properties and all that stuff. And that's cool. And also one that does like the logging, S-off4j, you can automatically do the logging line that you see me write out a lot of times. But I mean, I'd bring in a whole additional library just for that stuff seems unnecessary. I'd rather, like right now, I just generate all that stuff in the IDE, but I would it would be nice if at some point the JVM just had a lot of that stuff built in. You know, even if it was just annotation based built in, where you could just say, you know, this is a Pojo, and then automatically fill out the Pojo stuff, the Pojo contract and all that stuff. And maybe they'll get that. Maybe there's a JSR out there for that. I don't know. But we'll see. It is interesting, though, that they're finally starting to get some syntactic sugar and stuff into the language. Still injecting some. Trying to keep up to date with some of the bringing in more of the functional programming paradigm stuff, while still having the object-oriented underpinnings. Which, I mean, most of the functional programming languages right now have some sort of object orientation under the covers. Just because I think there was an acknowledgement, even though there was a big debate between functional programming and OOP, I think even the functional programmers realized at some point that there is some utility to OOP. There is some form of it that makes sense, you know, especially like when you're trying to modularize things and try to keep similar things together, that it helps with that, without necessarily having to deal with, you know, inheritance and all that stuff. So you'll notice too, I don't do a whole lot of inheritance in my coding. I'm probably the worst OOP practitioner, right? Because I don't very often. I mean, I do create like abstract classes, like abstract base classes, when I know that I'm going to have functionality that I want to share, but I don't go like 22 levels deep. You know, like you look at Spring Framework and there's like, this probably extends, this wrapper here that I'm extending probably extends 10 other classes above it, you know, and I don't tend to go that deep. I tend to be just like maybe one level deep, maybe if necessary two, but usually just one level deep on the inheritance and no further, because some of it just gets to be really silly, you know. It's like you're writing classes. It's like you're getting paid by the class. I must add 25 classes or 25 interfaces to this project so I can get paid this month. It's a little bit nutty. All right, what do we got here? Refuse to execute. So NFFM works YTX. I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm doing exactly what these guys do, and it's not. Let me try changing from once per request to generic filter bean. Alright, I'll get rid of that. Bring this stuff down here. request that attribute. And then this has got to be. I think they just cast it to HTTP servlet response. I don't know if I have to change the way I'm grabbing it in the controller or not. If I have to grab the servlet requests. No, no, it should be the thing. I would think. Clean. No problems. Clean deploy. Start. Like now I'm basically exactly the way others have apparently made this work. So if this doesn't work, I don't know. It's not working. It's got the wrong stuff. I don't understand why this is getting hit multiple times here. Like the only place that this is referenced is in there. Maybe it's just but the filter chains, I mean, I could put it on the all access filter chain. But that runs last. And these other ones shouldn't be running because they didn't security match, right? Let's configure HTTP only be invoked when a matching provided pattern is method. HTTP request matcher. Invoking security matcher will override previous invocation security matcher. Okay. So it should only be running this. I mean, it should only be running this once. I don't know why it's running it 25 freaking times here. Like, what else have I missed in this discussion? Headers, content security policy. Add filter before header writer filter. Generic filter beam. security policy. Details has value. Yeah. Doing existing, but well, if one already exists in there, don't generate a new one. I mean, I could add that logic in. That's the only other thing I can think here. Just to get attributes. Equals no. Very nuts. Otherwise, once equals string, let's get attributes. That one. Oh wait, was I calling generate nonce twice? Ugh. I am such a goober. Well, this'll fix. That was a goofball thing on me, but this I'll still like to check it to make sure. So if it's already there, don't generate a new one. Just take the one that's there and run with it. Because these request attributes go away on each request, so I don't have to worry about them. You know, if they're already there, then this filter's already run. So we'll do that. But maybe it was just me. maybe it wasn't the exact duplicate of what was out there. Oh, excuse me. Let's just try again. We'll get this because this is important. I don't want to revert to just allowing all inline script if I can help it, because that's just a limit that essentially breaks the whole header as far as I'm concerned, because then that's the whole point. Is I'm going to have users uploading things. I don't want them, if they upload a script, I don't want that script to be able to be run if it somehow gets past all my other checks, you know? It's the same problem, but it's in there. I don't. God damn it! Why is that so janky? Like, why doesn't that? Why is that out of sync like that? I don't get. Like, it's running the filter. It's out of sync because it's running the filter before and after the servlet. And I don't know why it's doing that. I don't know what the point is of it running. Like, if it's gonna run, you'd think it would run beforehand. That's boggling. That's really boggling. And these guys are are saying that they don't have a problem, which means something has changed recently then, right? Or I mean, the only problem is they only have one. They only have one filter chain, and I have multiple, and that is probably causing all kinds of craziness. I wonder though, does it matter? Does this have to come after? Does it matter that I'm adding it right away instead of doing it after the security matcher? Like, I feel like that shouldn't matter because it's all being built into the same HTTP object. It says defines a filter chain which is capable of being matched against an HTTP servlet request in order to decide whether it applies that request. So, like, this one, these shouldn't apply to the request. And admin shouldn't apply to the request. The only thing that should be running is this guy. So, if that's the only guy running, It's so freaking weird. And it's just I don't get why it's doing what it's doing. I don't know why it would run the filter white. Like, that shouldn't be a thing. Or if it ran it twice, why the request was different. It's like it's got multiple requests coming into it somehow. I guess technically it would have multiple requests because you're requesting, because I'm requesting the JS file afterwards. But that this servlet should be done by that point. Oh, yeah, well, it is done by that point, but then it probably makes that request for the JS file, and then that causes the filter to run again. So why? If that's the case, then this shouldn't be a filter at all. It should just be an interceptor, and that's it. Although it needs to intercept controller methods, not static resources, which I think is what's happening. I think somehow it's intercepting static resources. Because, I mean, I say somehow, but I'm giving it basically a /star path, and I'm saying everything that goes to /star intercept. And that's not what I ultimately want for these. I only want these to intercept the non-static resources and stuff. I want them to only intercept controller things. So I wonder if I doubt anybody does this, but let's see, Spring MVC don't intercept static resource. How to avoid having static resource request gets routed to interceptors. Use mapping path and interceptor configuration. use an aspect. It's only request mapping. What? I found it's use aspect for aspect J. For example, if I want to intercept only request mapping method in controller. User agent change as no. How about no? Not execute for resource handler URLs. Add path patterns. As a Spring Framework 5, interceptors are automatically mapped on resource HTTP request handler. On one handling request mapping. Request. Yeah, filters. See, that's what I'm thinking, because the filters are going to run all the freaking time, which is really stupid in this particular case. You really just want an interceptor, right? Intercept the controller, intercept the request mapping. Because it's spring, let me see, interceptor versus filter, right? Filters part of web server. Use filters to manipulate block requests for reaching any servlet. Block requests for security. Filters for authentication, authorization. Blah, blah, blah. Filter. That's your servlet and our controllers. Yeah, handler interceptors. That's your servlets. Which is the only time I want them, because if they're going to dispatcher servlet, then that's when I want them to do it. Handler interceptors. Yeah. I think that's the whole friggin' issue here. Which makes it even weirder that they've put something out there where they're like, yeah, I just added a filter. It's like, how is that even... Well, it's probably working for them because they don't have... No, even then, like, how is that working for them? I guess it's working for them because they're not bringing in... It's working for them because they're doing the JavaScript inline and not bringing in additional file, I bet. I could actually test that right now. Let's test. I have a feeling that's what's going on, is that because I'm bringing it in as a different file, the filter's getting hit again because the browser's loading up that file, whereas if I brought it in directly on the page, it wouldn't have to go retrieve that, and so it would just accidentally work. So if I look at login, whoops. Plug in HTML here. Right, so I'm bringing in this guy. If I got rid of that, or, well, I can, yeah. I get rid of that temporarily. And then in here, put plug in JS. Just copy this out from where it's at, but otherwise leave it there. That right there. I'm not going to try to fix it or anything. I'll leave it the way it is. And project clean. Yeah, I bet this suddenly is okay. I mean, I know, as much as this is pulling teeth, I'm learning more about the internals of Spring this way. So, oh, my camera also froze a while ago. Yeah, as much as this is pulling teeth, I'm actually learning stuff about like the internals of Spring and how it's handling things. And also, it's good that I saw that was being called 9,200 times, because that would slow down the server quite a bit, because it's doing quite a bit in there. More than, you know, I need for... I don't need that running for every image and every JavaScript and everything that's running there on the page. So I have this. Start it now. Come back here. Try this now. No, it's still not matching up. Still running that again afterwards. Mind is boggled here, but then again, there could still be something else that it's pulling in, maybe. Like, is there something here? I can't see anything there. Well, it is bringing jQuery again. Maybe somehow that's causing that. I don't know. I have a feeling this is my real problem, is that this is should be an interceptor through and through and not a filter. So we have the CSP nonce interceptor here. I'm getting that one. We're talking before in the Linux stuff. I did test Windows 11 for a bit. You know, nothing to do with all that junk. Yeah, no, I have no desire to go to Windows 11 anytime soon. I think I have it on my Surface tablet, and it's fine over there for like development and stuff, but I don't play any games on that tablet or anything. So I would not. I already don't like a lot of things it does, like kind of forcing it's forcing you this. It's forcing at least one user account on there to be a Microsoft Online user account. But then once you have at least one, you can make another one that's a local admin and doesn't have any connections to it, and then just switch over and just use that one all the time. But it's yeah, it's no bueno. No bueno. Interceptor. Handler, interceptor. Wait, Windows wants it to be stream-based. Setting up so no one can have it on their PC and getting ready to set up like that? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Want nothing to do with that. Yeah, that's... feel the same way. A lot of people agree. Nobody really wants that. Especially since, you know, forcing your account to be online like that means that if something happens and Microsoft decides to block you, you can't even log in to your own account, to your own computer, you know? It's craziness. You know? It's like with websites now. Like, you know, I was thinking when I was doing the login page for this, I was like, well, I could do open why have I drawn a blank? OAuth. I could be doing OAuth. Oh, it froze again. Yeah, like I could be doing OAuth on the login stuff, and I will be doing it for the API. But for like normal user login, like, you know, there's always that thought like, oh, if I do OAuth, then I don't have to worry about usernames and passwords because they'll be off the system. They'll be over in Google or something like that. But then in practical terms, that really sucks, because if your Google account gets blocked or banned or whatever, for whatever reason, now suddenly you can't access anything, you know? Too much like the web-only app stuff for the subscription. Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yes, I don't... It's not good. Not good stuff. And then also, it would be... whatchamacallit? Well, bandwidth hungry, yes, but there's what was I? The subscription. Oh, Windows 11 is they're testing out like putting ads in the file manager. Now they were just ads for Microsoft stuff, but still they were ads, you know, in your file manager, and yeah, that's no good. No good. Yep. Still getting a bunch with the lightning. Sorry, family member was asking me if I got a lot of rain. I'm like, yes, I'm still getting a lot of rain with some thunder. It always starts with their own ads and then becomes lots of other people's junk real fast. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's what everybody's warning about with the way Microsoft's handling Windows. And we need, in the technology world, send up by me, need rain bad. Yeah. No, it's coming down. The phone just went off with another flash flood warning. Yeah, it's coming down in torrents here. Yeah, it's what the technology industry in general needs is to somehow pull away from this hockey stick graph of profits. You know? You only cut your grass once this year? Wow. Been dead all summer now, no rain at all? Yeah. No, this is our first rain in about a month right now, but yeah, it's making up for lost time, I think, out there right now. Yeah, I think technology, we need a revolution where they stop going for the double your profits every quarter approach thing, because it's just causing nothing but problems for the end users and everything else along the way. You know what I mean? And it's just we need more privately held companies than public. I mean, that was the big thing. It was like, if you had any kind of technology wizardry that you wanted to do, you would just need like a very bare bones business plan and an exit strategy. And the exit strategy was either you go public or you get bought out by someone bigger who then is public or goes public. And I think that needs to change. There needs to be more privately held technology companies where they can refocus on quality over unbridled growth, profit growth, But there I go, being all socialist, I guess. I ain't being the capitalist person that I should be by saying that, but oh well. There's winners and there's losers, and the amount of winners is growing ever smaller every year. Well, I got lots of millionaires, but that pool is getting smaller and smaller and smaller instead of expanding. But this is still. Wait a minute. What did I do here? Let me stop this. I haven't wired this up yet. So, get the pre-handle for this interceptor. But then in security here, got the policy set up here. And then I'm going to get rid of this filter before stuff. We'll just set the headers. All right. We'll just set those headers, and then that should be, I should be able to, I just have to register the interceptor, which I had registered at one point. Where was that registered at? I think that's in init, right? Next init. No, there's a filter. I don't need that. Not in init. Next web config. Here it is. We want the nonce interceptor. In there. And that should only be intercepting then my calls, and it should only be doing it on the front side. And then over here, interceptor, I'm doing requests, that attribute. On a forward, I still need to make sure. So let's do this. First of all, let's grab the, grab this. Put that in the interceptor. Alright, string nonce was this, if request get attribute equals null, nonce equals generate, else nonce equals request get attribute. And cast that to string. All right, and then grab the header. It was already set, and then I format it with that and set it back the way it was. And return true. All right, let's see if this runs a little bit better. Because in theory, this shouldn't run for every JavaScript that runs. Where's my login controller here? And then, yeah, let's project clean. Deploy. Uh-oh, what's this? Header is null. Speed, nonce interceptor. Oh, I don't check to see if this is null. Yeah. That's null there. That worries me that that's null there, because that means it's potentially not getting set always. But let's roll with this for a second. That does concern me. Because that's running all the time. That should pretty much be... Oh, wait a second. Yeah, no, it should be on the response, right? Yeah, it should be on the response. Yeah. Yeah, that worries me that's not there yet. But let's just assume that this is an outlier. And just see if it works anyway. Works where I need it to work. If it works where I need it to work, then doing a header null check is not a big deal. Oh shit, there is one thing I forgot though. Damn it. I need this to be available on the request. I need to do request attribute. There we go. Go. All right, let's try this again. Okay. Over here, refresh the page, hit login, and nope, still not happy. Oh, it didn't actually replace it. So that header being null was a problem, as I thought. All right, screw spring security when it comes to that nonsense then, because that's not working at all like it's supposed to work. So to hell with it, I say. And we're gonna put this back. I'll leave the frame options there. But I'm gonna move the CSB policy somewhere where it makes some freaking sense. What's wrong with this now? Oh, because it's not the headers that. Why was so frame options? Why was that tied to a different thing? Whatever, that's got that in there. Those headers are there now. Fine. Save. Get our policy over where it can actually be useful. We're gonna do so this is going to just be the CSP header interceptor at this point. Probably for the best. The CSP to our CSP header interceptor. Rename the file. Okay. Screw all this nut. So let's get attribute none. So we're just going to plain old set the header. We're not going to check for it. Oh, I was setting the attribute. Okay. Duh. Okay, I was setting the attribute on there. That was fine. Yeah, we're gonna just plain old set the header here. Say CSP policy format it blah. It's on the response. The header interceptor, and then in the web config, change this CSP header interceptor. Boom. Save that. I'll clear out all the other ones if this works. I think it's going to now. Fingers crossed. I think this one's got it. Moral of the story here is don't use Spring Security for anything. I mean, what a pain in the ass they've made Spring Security. Spring Security was fantastic, and they have just absolutely made it a freaking nightmare to deal with. Because things just don't work. And it's just I don't understand their thought process behind it. Cores doesn't work, and it needs to work. DSP headers don't work, and they need to work. It's just you have to do them all yourself. So what is the point of freaking Spring Security if you gotta disable all that stuff and do it yourself? Like they didn't even bother to test their own work. Crazy. Yeah, it's still unhappy, unfortunately. So why is that? Yeah, it's still generating a second. Why is it doing that? Why is it generating a second thing here? It must be doing... Let me see something here. So I can break this up a little bit. Since I've got an interceptor now. I can break it up into pre and post. So in the pre-handle, I'm just going to deal with the request. I'm not going to deal with the response header. I do it that way, I guess. Yeah, because I can set this as a variable. I don't know how safe that'll be to set it as a variable. Probably not safe at all. But I can actually, well, you know, I can get it as the attribute out of the request. Let's get this out of here. And we'll do source override implement after completion, right? Because pre-handle is for the execution of a handler, invokes the handler. And after completion is request processing after rendering the view. Right. Yeah, I think that's fine. So we'll just do after completion. That header, and then I need to string nonce equals request get attribute. That, and that is a string just in case. And then let's see what this, if this has more. Success. I can't believe I'm struggling with one of the stupidest freaking things to be struggling with. This is why so many people will give up and just say, allow unstable inline. Oh, I think we got something here. It's not complaining, but did it actually set the header is the question. Because here's the nonce here, it actually put on the page. Network. I hate how this network tab, I have it as preserve log, and it still doesn't do it unless you have this actually open. Okay, so JS token, blah blah blah. That's the CSRF token. What headers? West headers. Response headers. I don't see it in the response header. Extreme options. Oh, for crying out loud. So it didn't really set it. Allow origin. Hash. Well, that's some BS. What to type? I really did not set that header. Oh, wait. Is this another one of those set versus add header? If I add header, have multiple values. Now what about the set header? The header had already been set the new value over its previous one. That's a response header with a given name and value. The header had already been set the new value overwrites the previous one. Change header method can be used to test for presence of a header before setting its value. Adds a response header. Have multiple values. Gonna be another one of those. I had to do that with the course header, right? No, I just did set header. Set header, set header, set header. On set header. That's also a filter. Maybe post handle here. Override post handle. This should point after successful execution of a handler called after handler adapter actually invoked the handler, but before the dispatcher servlet renders a view. Expose additional model objects to view. I'm gonna try that. Hey, Speed! Welcome. How you doing? Getting back into the swing of things. Let's go do. Do that in post handle and see if that works a little bit better. Because that post handle goes before the view is actually rendered. So hopefully that means the header will make it in there. Doing okay, trying to get everything set up again after your Windows reinstall. Things went missing. Oof. Well, hopefully everything. Hopefully you find everything and get back to it. Yeah, the whole having to reinstall Windows is always a freaking pain. We're almost there. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing when you have to go back to square one and get everything redone. Every so often I run into an issue with like video drivers and stuff where I have to just completely clean them out. There's like a tool out there that completely cleans them out and then install them from scratch. Because every once in a while you get these like weird glitches and things. But thankfully, knock on wood, I haven't had to reinstall Windows. Because that's just a freaking nightmare. So we were Techno and I were talking earlier about Linux distros. Perhaps this will be the year of the Linux distro. Given the Windows 11 nonsense going on. So who knows? Maybe that's the next jump. Because it'll be because they're starting to get all the like games and stuff working on there now. And there's everybody's who's going on Steam is incentivized to get their games working on there because you got the Steam Deck. So we'll see. I'm ready for that day, honestly. I'm ready for that I'm ready to be like no more Windows, only Zool. Just want your AMD GPU driver to work properly. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. They fixed most of your issues. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah, that's. I'll say that's probably the only thing that's been keeping me from doing, AMD stuff. Is just that I know they've traditionally had problems with their drivers and stuff, at least on Windows. But then you go over on Linux and their drivers are beautiful. Like they just work so well. When it works great. Oh yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. When it works really great. It's just every so often you run into that one edge case and it's just like a pain in the balls. What the hell? This is lo-fi? Okay. I'll trust Pretzel's judgment on that one. Log in. This working now. Well, it's okay. Well, the header's on there now. But I'm still having the same issue. Yeah, it's generating that one. But on the header, it's got something entirely different. That is just insanity. Oh, yeah, this damn webcam. I gotta fix. This is doing that a lot now. And I'm not sure why. But it's getting to be a real pain in the ass. Freaking Elgato, man. You think their bread and butter being, streamer stuff, you think they'd be able to do it right. And every freaking time they don't do it right. Like, thankfully, the stream decks I've had have worked pretty well for the most part, although there was an update where it turned all my buttons upside down, which was fun and great. But like, goddamn, they make microphones now, they make cameras, and none of them fucking work. They're all a pain in the ass. It's like, make something that goddamn works. Like I've got a Logitech 9, or what is it, Logitech webcam right next to it that I had no problems with. The only problem I've had with it was that it was kind of blurry, Same with Avermedia now. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, this is proven technology. Like, how could you F that up? I mean, it's not like cameras are brand new. I mean, the HD cameras, 4K cameras, okay, I could see you might have some throughput issues, but I'm not even doing that. I'm doing 1080p. Like, what the hell, man? And what kills me too is I look up this actual problem, and they have an entire page dedicated to how to fix it, to do a workaround for it. And it's like, you gotta download their tools, and then you gotta change your USB streaming settings so that it's. I'm like, why don't you just fix your goddamn driver? How can you have a better camera on your phone when on? Exactly. Like, how is this still a thing? Like, what I mean? Like, the webcam, you would think the webcam would be less complex than the camera in your phone, because you've got room to like maneuver in there. You don't have to miniaturize it down to nothing, And yet the opposite seems to be the case. And why are they getting exactly? Why are they getting bigger? Like, you should have like small pinhole ones at this point, right? That are like 4K or like 8K or whatever. And yet Like, it's at least, I'd say 1.5 times bigger than the Logitech one sitting next to it. It's why? Why does it have to be that way? It's weird. And not only that, but the Logitech one that I have next to it has built-in speakers. Right? The Elgato doesn't. So, less technology, and yet worse experience. I'm just streaming stuff and develop a new webcam. Yeah, right. I gotta get down and start writing some device drivers, friends. We're gonna pull out the old Windows operating manual and get down and do some device driver DLL work. Yeah, no, I mean, hats off to those guys that do the device driver work, but they really need to test things. They really need to do better at testing. Rewrite Logitech's drivers first, yeah. Or maybe it would be better. This is one of those scenarios where I'm like, if Logitech would just open source their drivers, maybe everybody's drivers for everybody's webcams would just be better, you know, because they could all have a common stable jump off point, you know. But then again, there's an assumption there that your company doesn't suffer from not invented here syndrome, which many of them do. And so even if there was an open source solution that did halfway decent, they'd probably still tell you to do it from scratch, you know? Why the interface is so basic and restricted? Yeah, I don't know. It's mind-boggling. And not only that, but like they're charging you more money for these things, right? They charge you a bunch of money, and then they give you less features for it. So you're paying for it's the old BMW adage, right? You're paying for the badge on the car. You're paying the old BMW tax. not for the quality of the engineering. Yeah, this is truly boggling me, because that means that this is being called twice still. And I don't understand why that's being called twice. I'm generating it here. I'm setting it as an attribute. Then after we do our processing, I'm grabbing it off the attribute and I'm setting it onto the header. So why in the hell is this getting run twice? Because that's the only thing that could happen that would cause this to be out of sync like that. Same tech, same device, different limitations, higher price. Yep. That's the marching orders. So what would cause that? Because this should only... It's called... But it should only be called once for... I mean, it's going to be called... It would be called once because I'm calling it from the JavaScript. So why is this out of sync? I don't freaking understand here why this is out of sync like this. So if I like it doesn't make any sense at all. Can't believe of all the things, this is the one thing that's like stopping my forward momentum. Hey. And you know, because it has stopped my forward momentum, it's something incredibly stupid. Because it has to be. It has to be something that's so incredibly stupid that it doesn't compute. Debugger? Yeah, I'm running it in debugger right now. Let's see what's going on. So, okay, but I don't care about these runs right now. That's fine. Well, it only ran once, which is great, which is what I wanted in the first place. That's good. So, but let's see how many times it runs when I do the home page here. Okay, good. Just once. That's exactly what I'm hoping for. Oh, well, now it came through a second time. For some reason. And now a third time. Why is this being called all the freaking time? It's only supposed to call interceptors when it's actually dispatching to a controller. And it's like it's calling this something really screwy is going on. My home controller is not being called all this time, though. Why are these interceptors like? It shouldn't be. Handler itself. Position checks. Common handler. Look how our theme changes. Not repetitive handler code. Like maybe I need like request handler interceptor. Because this is insanity. Like I only need it called once for the view. I mean API I only did one. I only refreshed the page. So it should only be calling it for the home controller. But instead it looks like it's calling it for every single like static file that's being loaded. Which is not what I want. And not what an interceptor is supposed to do. An interceptor is only supposed to run against your controller, not against static resources. Yeah, see now it's loaded this up. If I log in, okay, it's hit the pre-handle. Is correct. So we've got generate here, so rsrp run. Now I'm inside controller, and if I do request get attributes, Oh, come on. Why aren't you working? There you go. Yeah, RSRP. So run. Then we get into the post handle. And this is RSRP. Yeah. Good. Run. And then we're back into this again. What triggered this? Handler resource HTTP request handler. Yeah, so when the browser is requesting the JS file, it's triggering this freaking handler again. Why? That should not be the way that these things work. What did the Spring Framework people do that screwed this whole thing up? Because this is not how that was supposed to work. Those are filters. Filters are supposed to work for all of the static resources. And interceptors were supposed to be... So is there a different... Is there a... request? HTTP request handler. Plain handler for composite process HTTP request analogous to a servlet. Servlet exception. Interface essentially a direct equivalent HTTP servlet. Where is a handler type? Dispatcher servlet. Request handler bean in Spring style is defined in Spring's root application context. Find that. Binary responses directly with no separate view of resources involved. This differentiates from a controller model view. Implement. Request handler servlets. Request handler adapter. Yeah, but this is not an interceptor. This is just a handler. So handler adapter. Use the plain HTTP request handler interface. That's a servlet. Yeah, wait a minute. Spring MVC handler interceptor non-read that. Interceptor adapter processing or handling over controller methods. Handle handle handler interceptor adapter. Screen only, post only. It's not telling me anything. Exclude assets from all interceptors. include mapping tag for each interceptor. Should ignore these. Is resource handler. I mean, this was 9 years ago, and yet that looks like it would probably still work. Let's see. So I have the handler here. So I could say, good luck with that. Well, yeah. Let's see. Because we saw it was a request handler, right? So if handler dot get class is signable from CP. Wait, what do they call it? Resource HTTP request handler. Resource HTTP. Ooh, that's not HTTP request handler. When does your handler trigger? Should you need to attach it specifically on some endpoint? It triggers. No, the interceptors trigger are supposed to trigger every time the dispatcher servlet in Spring fires off and tries to call a controller method. Unfortunately, it looks like it's firing off not only on controller methods, but whenever the dispatcher servlet goes to get static resources too. And that's causing me no end of problems there. Back class. Just return true. Post handle there. View. Let's see if this does better. There's nothing in the dock of your interface about that. Dock of my interface. Nothing in the dock of my interface about, you mean how these fire off? Yeah, I mean it says interception point before the execution of a handler. Called after handler mapping determine an appropriate handler object, but before handler adapter invokes the handler. So handler interceptor. Yeah, default implementation returns true, so it's just going through the execution chain before it gets to your controller method, right? So for pre-handle, and then for Post handle is just after your method finishes, but before the view is rendered. And then there's after completion, which is after the view is rendered. Which by that point you can't put any more headers on there because it's already rendered the view. Try to help understand the behavior. We're missing some. Well, yeah. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do content security policy header, and here's the header up here, right? And one of the problems I'm running into is there are certain scenarios where I need to do inline JavaScript. And in order to do that, I either have to enable unsafe inline, which I'd rather not do, or I have to generate a nonce here. So I'm trying to do it where I generate this nonce, put it into the string, set the content security policy header, and then also have that available in the model so that when I go and when Thymeleaf renders the view, it can render that nonce onto the script tag, and the two should match up and everything's good. The problem that I'm having is it's putting it on the page, but then this pre-handle is getting called again, and that is both, I guess, pre and post are being called again, and it's changing the header to the next random bytes. So then when the browser gets it, the header has a different value than the one that ended up on the page, and it's like, oh, I'm going to disallow this script from running because these two things don't match. And I suspect what's happening is this is running for every resource. Well, we saw it running like 14 times, so it's got to be running for every static resource that it's trying to load up. So all of Bootstrap, all the CSS files, all the JavaScript files, jQuery, all that stuff. And then on the page, I'm bringing in an additional, like obviously I'm bringing in jQuery again, but I'm also bringing in an additional JavaScript file that has I'm referring to an external one. And so the browser's making another call to get the login.js file that has the snippet of code that I want to run. And that's causing this header to get regenerated again. Where did I declare my interceptor to be used? It's up in the web config here under add interceptors in the interceptor registry. This is where I've declared it. And this is our enable web MVC communication stuff. Here's all our resource handlers and template view resolver, message bundle, locale bundles, all that stuff. So yeah, that's what I got up here. Did I make that change? And oh wait, where was I at here? Interceptor. All right, let's try a clean build. And see if this reduces the number of calls that are actually happening to the number I'm expecting. Alright, and clean this one, and then Debug. Okay, well, it's running at the very beginning here, but I'll let that go. It ran the once in the very beginning, but I think that might be fine. So over here, refresh. Alright, so we're in here once. And where did the handler is a handler method? Okay. We'll run. And run. Okay. That's looking better. Not running 14 times. Page is up. Alright, so log in. So we'll generate this here. That's GX1X. Run. And then down in here, I should see GX1X. Yep, run that. And down here, I should get the same thing. I do. Okay. It ran only once this time. That would be a hell of a thing that something from 9 years ago is still relevant today. Okay. Inspect. Damn. It's still not happy. Well, it's GX1X. That's what I had it set for. What's it saying here? TWYL1. What? How did that change? I didn't call it again. That doesn't make any sense. I didn't call this again. We would have saw the breakpoint get hit again. Something else. Is there something else generating this? Did I not disable something? For all this time, has there been something else running at the same time? This was the filter I had. Let me just, you know what? I'm just going to get rid of the filter. We'll get rid of this filter. Get rid of that useless servlet wrapper. Alright, and then let me see if something blows up on the compilation here. No, everything's fine. Okay. Go debug mode again. Huh. Alright, that's running. That first request through. Refresh here. Get one more request. All right. And then login. And now our login request. So zoom through that. What do we get here? AR8 dash. Okay. Hasn't run again. There's nothing else. Should be nothing else doing content security policy. Unless Spring Security is doing it, in which case I'm going to flip the rig out here. Okay. Good night to you as well, Justus. And thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Damn, it's still wrong. 416. This is the KR8. 416 underscore 416. What the hell is generating that? Because it's not, I'm not actually seeing it run a second time. I don't get that. I don't know how that is happening. Unless it's, how is that? Wait, I wonder. I have no idea here. Let me see. Why is that? So, come in here, inspect network. Log in. Run through this. So what did that give me back? There's headers, response headers. Nothing there. How about this one? Response headers. There you go. Content security policy. That has QIE. Where the hell is it getting this from? Content security policy QIE. That's on login. jQuery min.js 2. Application JS 22, yeah. But how is that? How is that getting on there? Let me see something here. Leave that open while I do a full refresh. But did this get a... No, it didn't get anything on it. Same with those. But the home page, the Font Awesome didn't get any cache control. No, okay, localhost, but this one should. It does. So it has PRJORN. PRJORN on the content security policy for that. I wonder if that's taking precedence over the other one that gets set, because I'm setting it again. If it is, that sucks. But I think that might be what's happening. PRJORN. So I have that. So then I click on this and I run that through. Yeah, there it is, PRJORN. So the one that's getting set on the one that's getting set on the main index page is taking precedence over the one that got set on the request that came back, right? This is the PRJORN there. But then if I look here, we have the JID, which is the one that's going to be end up on the page. Well, that's a super duper pain in the ass. So it's only listening to the content security policy that got set on the main page, not on the one that came back on the response via an AJAX call. Which means all this time this has probably actually been working. All those different permutations I did were probably working. It's just the way I'm doing it on the page is not via an AJAX call. So content security policy nunce AJAX call. Here we go. Single page application. Each thing contains a script from source with a nonce page served like that. The browsers with a message. The browser's preparing a script. Root main page. Exactly. Your initial CSP loaded with the page. Runs a nonce. What you're trying to do is add another nonce via Ajax after initial page load. Doesn't allow this. That's not a bug, it's the entire point. What we might do is allow a script source of strict dynamic. This allows you to authorize a script, and anything loaded by that script is also authorized. Yeah, you normally link scripts to on-click events when a page loads. You can do that as part of the Ajax function as well. Add the new content and then link scripts to that content. Well, yeah, the script source is saying allow all scripts to be loaded from the current site. So I'm back to, okay. So it's been working theoretically, but not working. The browser's been blocking it. So if that's the case, then somehow I have to get that to load. It just means it's going to have to be in application.js. I didn't really want to do. Then again, I have the login, logout stuff in there anyway. So, problem is, this is going to later on. This is going to bite me in the ass whenever I want to do a modal for anything. Unless I know that the modal is going to be there and I load the modal up on the main site. I mean, basically, so what it comes down to is I don't need to. The way I've done it is more than you really need to do, I guess. Like I put all the stuff on the login page. As far as like, I put the entire modal on here. And the reality of the situation is this stuff goes with the login button and really should be with the login button. And the only thing that I should be populating through the Ajax is the body of the modal here. And that's it. And everything else should just go over to the other side, including the script, which means it would have the correct nonce and everything there, which it wouldn't even necessarily need because I could get rid of that script altogether and just put it in the application JS. I'm not a huge fan of doing, but in fact, I probably necessarily wouldn't have to do that either. Yeah, I guess I would have to do that, yeah. That's weird and strange. I think I kind of get what they're doing with the limitation, because they're saying, hey, if you could just load anything up with Ajax and have it say anything at all, it would defeat the purpose. But yeah, whatever the top level is set to is what it's going to recognize. But we did accomplish having it only run when I need it, which is on the controllers. I don't think I really need the content security policy on static resources. I don't even know if does that even work on static resources? I mean, I guess it does. Onto each file are only actual HTML pages. Twitter only added to the actual HTML document. Facebook, however, added to almost every resource in the HTML document. Necessary to add the content security policy header to each served resource file or only to the HTML document. So, at first, the CSP specification clearly states, policy only affects resources which create a new execution context. This means it is not necessary to add CSP to REST API responses which are not meant to be opened by a browser. I like how this was condescending and also didn't really answer the question. It kind of skirted around the question a little bit because it made no mention at all of REST API stuff. Right? He's just like, I'm just curious about this. And he's like, it's not necessary to add it to REST API response. It's like, well, great, but that's not the question that was actually asked. Goals are to execution of inline script, dynamic code execution, document or worker. We have a document or worker. This is dumb. The contents due to websites, CSP settings, and PDF was actually being loaded by a browser plugin. Object source. Differently when they come with CSP header attached. No. sent before the data content. The headers are received by the browser. The headers are understood by the browser. The content data in the browser open within the browser. Within the browser. No longer enabled. Oh yeah. I'll answer. You know, for such a simple question, there's so much BS people just copied and pasted into here. It's like, it's pretty much a yes or no question. And they're like copying and pasting whole documents here that don't actually freaking answer the question. I mean, they kind of do and they kind of don't. They're very, very wishy-washy. Say no to wishy-washiness on Stack Overflow. Resources are handled. You know how different resources are handled. Images. If a resource does not create a new execution context, then any policies delivered with that resource is discarded without effect. And scripts loaded as web workers. Okay. So no, it's, I guess, is the answer there. That you're supposed to glean from all that BS. So yeah, I mean, basically I have to break up this file and take the modal stuff out, put it in like a fragment of its own, and then just include that fragment in with the button on the top navigation. So if we go top navigation, right? I'm basically shoving all that stuff into this placeholder, which is not. It's an extra step that shouldn't have to be done. I mean, it'll have to be done, but it'll have to be done into the body of the modal, not into here. So let's see if we can get this squared away here. So views, fragment. So we'll say fragment new. If I want to make a general modal, I don't think that's gonna. I don't think it's gonna work. Even if I try to do a general modal, I don't think it's gonna work because there's always going to be different use cases for it. Let's do fragment. We'll say login modal HTML. All right, and then over here, select all paste, and then just go to modal body here and remove all of this. Boom. There. Okay. And keep the login.js for now. And this fragment will be login modal. There. Hey, TKF Soul Lady, welcome. How are you doing tonight? Little body. So, just for ease of use here, I'm going to do ID equals login modal contents. There. And then login HTML will be none of this. It'll just be what it actually was before, which is pretty funny. Pretty funny. I'm basically reverting this back to what it was before, kind of, sorta. So go back to here, and this goes back there. Pull this back forward here. And there's the form, login, check, and everything. Got all messed up here. There we go. That's good enough. Good enough. Because I also have to figure out what I'm going to do when people land, when I present just a login page in general. So, without the modal. Hey, Type Error Dev, welcome. How are you doing? What do we got going on? Just chilling. Awesome. It is a good chilling Sunday here, I would say. Continuing your learning journey with React.js. Ooh, nice. Something I've never touched, honestly. But it'd be interesting. I've heard a lot about it. A lot of people are running into it. It looks like it's probably going to be the next popular thing. React. I mean, it's pretty popular now, but I can see that being the #1 thing soon, if it isn't already. Yeah, I'm stuck in I'm in old man's land. I'm just using jQuery rather than React. Because I don't need all the fancy smanciness. Login. Okay, so then I want to. Where's my top navigation? So here we're gonna do. How do I do that? And Flamleaf again. It's oh, just div th replace. Okay. So div Each replace. And then this. Man, I gotta look at the way they did it. The way I did it. Okay. Fragment top. Copy this. I can see that. Haven't seen someone use Eclipse in the longest of times. Yeah. Yeah, I have my preferences. Though at some point I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and go IntelliJ. Then what was just th replace? Yeah, and then close the div. Okay. One of these days I'll learn this freaking time leaf. It'll be easier. Fragment elements. Plugin modal. And then what did I call the fragment on there? Login modal. Yeah, so we'll bring that into here. Which means it will get the correct nunts. Enjoy WebStorm. It's pretty clean. Feel it's intuitive. DevX is slightly better than VS Code. Yeah, look at that. I think I've heard of WebStorm. I'm not sure though. I know I've heard of NeoVim. Oh, it's by JetBrains too. Okay. It's basically IntelliJ, but for JavaScript. World of programming is big. What do we have here? What do it? JK environment for JavaScript. Okay. Const. Doing React here. Angle refactoring. Well, that's good. I mean, anything that makes JavaScript a little bit nicer, like with refactoring and formatting and stuff, is a good thing. I would imagine though, if I know JetBrains, this is probably, if I were to just bring down IntelliJ IDEA, and I did not only Java in it but also JavaScript, it would probably just has a superset of all this in it already, probably as a plugin. Yeah. Search everywhere. That's pretty good. I like it. All plugins. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it at some point. There's a guy I work with at my day job who uses IntelliJ IDEA, and he swears by it. My problem is, I know VS Code, you can pretty much use any language, just select the one you're using. Vim is the GigaChat IDE. Yeah, right. If you can call it an IDE. You mix Java, JSC. Yeah, VS Code. I've used VS Code a little bit, and it's okay. It's got its quirks, just like everything else. My thing is, let me go developer tools. Like, here's IDEA, right? And my thing is, I don't like how cluttered the IDE looks. Like, it's got tabs on the side, it's got tabs on this side, it's got tabs down the bottom. It's just like, it's like they threw everything into one window and said, deal with it. You know what I mean? And that's the only problem I've really had with it. What I like about Eclipse is that, yeah, sure, I've got Windows over here, right? I got Windows down here, but these are all in the Java perspective, you know, and if I go and just open up another perspective, right, it's, you know, puts that away and then says, oh, here's your other perspective. Oh, here's your repositories, and here's the history and all that stuff. Right, like it just kind of reduces some of the clutter. I feel like, you know, you can customize view. Yeah, I know you can customize the views and stuff. It's just whenever I come into an IDE and I get all that clutter, I just kind of whinge, whinge a little bit. You know, I like being able to kind of push everything out that I don't need on a daily. I don't need like right now, you know. But I realize that's a me problem. That's not an IDE problem. That's, you know, they put together an interface that was the most I guess optimized for what you're trying to do, you know. Oh, thanks for the follow, R and MC. I appreciate it. Yeah, there's definitely a setup process with WebStorm and VS Code. Yeah. I was using VS Code for Elixir stuff, and it was okay. I don't hate VS Code. I like that it, you know, it does kind of get out of your way for the most part. I think the problem I was having was that there was no real, its Elixir support is still kind of wonky, which is understandable. So it's like, it doesn't quite do your command complete stuff, and things like that. And the debugger I couldn't get to work at all, despite a few attempts. But if you're doing something that's more well supported, like C or C++, you're golden. You know what I mean? You know, stuff like that. And there's also, like, when you use something for a long time, you get used to sort of the shortcuts. And I use a lot of shortcuts here in Eclipse. Like if I want to open something, I do Control-Shift-R. And then I don't have to type the whole thing out. I can just say, oh, I know it starts with ET. And it's like, oh, there you go. Email template mapper, you know. And it's like, it brings those things together. Or email template down here. There's little niceties like that. And also, the refactoring capabilities in Eclipse are pretty good. I imagine the refactoring in IntelliJ is pretty good too. Because they've had a lot of development now. But it's nice to be able to like highlight lines and say extract method, and it just pulls them out and puts them into a method for you and all that stuff. But yeah, again, that's just me being having used something for so long that I'm just very comfortable with it. Like I'm the worst kind of developer, right? I might as well be the Vim developer, you know? It's like, I don't use IDEs, I only use Notepad++, you know? Look at me and fear. Oh, there goes my webcam again. Look at me and fear my Notepad++ abilities. There we go. Remember using Eclipse when you thought you wanted to learn Java to build enterprise apps? Yeah, back in 2016. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Now, I've been doing Java most of my career. I did have a year of Ruby and Ruby on Rails that I did. And obviously I've done other languages outside of work, but professionally, I've done Java for like 19 years and then 1 year of Ruby and Ruby on Rails, which was an interesting experience. As someone who's done mostly object-oriented programming, to go back to doing, functional programming was an interesting change. It wasn't a difficult change because I did C back in college and stuff like that, but boy, does Rails have its own problems. Boy, does it have its own problems, or it did at least. I don't know if they've changed it much. And there I was using RubyMine for the IDE, so that was JetBrains. It's not like I'm not. And the thing that annoyed me about that one, about RubyMine at least, I don't know if this is the same in other JetBrains stuff, but if I would close it down and open it back up again, all of my file tabs would be in random order. Like, it wouldn't remember. Like with Eclipse here, if I shut this down right now and I open it back up again, all these tabs will be in the exact same order they're in right now, right? And it'll bring me back to the tab that I had open and all that stuff. In RubyMine, it would bring me back to the tab that I had open, but it would be completely random. It'd be over here, or it'd be over here, or it'd be somewhere in the center, and all the other tabs that were open next to it would be completely random. So if I had the tabs lined up in such a way that I was like, okay, I'm switching between these two files a lot. Well, screw me. The next day I come in, they're like, where did that file go? I don't know. It's all over the place. It won't stay in one place. It just keeps moving them around. That used to drive me absolutely batty. Where it would just keep moving things around on you. It's like, stop that. I had it in a particular order. But now I am being super picky. Fun times, yeah, exactly. Oh, man. But that job, I did do a lot of JavaScript in that job. Because we had a whole, we were basically doing essentially digital signage, but we were doing it in the browser. And so we had a lot of dynamic things firing off and animations and all that stuff. We actually had a web dev, which is amazing, because it's like so many tech companies just don't hire web devs for some reason. Like, so many startups don't hire web devs for some reason, and we were a startup and we had a web dev. I was like blown away. Like, this is great. Somebody else can actually do the CSS, so I don't have to deal with it. But yes. Cha-ching. It does make it so much easier, I swear. Oh, this is lovely. It has pushed everything off the screen. Why did it do that? Because that should not be visible. That should not be visible. Oh, because it put an extra frickin' div in there. You put an extra frickin' div in there on me, Flameleaf, and you pushed everything off the frickin' screen. Supposed to replace that. I wonder if I can make that a th block. Okay, where's the top nav? Can I just do a th block here? Because that's not a real thing. Or will it not like that? Let's find out. Oh, we're better. Okay. Oh, you know what it is too? That other thing's still printing out. Login modal. Yeah, this can hide. Actually, you know what? Can I do this as a comment? Let us find out. I don't think it's gonna let me. Well, I can do it, but I have to do this, right? Let's see. Let's see if it'll let me do that. Ooh, nice. Nice, nice. Right, I gotta fix the JavaScript. Forgot about that. So we're targeting login modal contents. That's not it. Was that in? I put that in application.js, didn't I? I did. I did? Wait. Oh yeah, no. No. Oh yeah, no, I did, okay. Modal show, yeah, I did. ID, data ID, oh, I just have to fix the data ID on the page. So, in modal contents, and then the button, here it is. Save that. There we go. There should be no problems here. Nope, it's happy. Actually happy. Yeah, there's the nonce there because for some reason it hides it down here. The TXXVF3. I need to refresh to see that. So what do we got here? For localhost, we've got MAXWC. MAXWC. Down here we got MAXWC. Yep. All right. So those are matching up now, which is good. And so now, theoretically, user 1, password, login, and we're logged in as user 1, and we have our avatar from Gravatar. I still have to fix that. Oh boy, that was a 3-hour that was a multi-hour tour trying to figure out why that was broken, only to figure out it wasn't actually completely broken. It was the browser being the browser. Yeah. What am I using? I am using PostgreSQL for the database. Yep. Up here. Yep, there we go. Did I put a... I think I put a last login, didn't I, on here? I do have the last attempt at login, and I don't fill it out. That's something I should fill out. Also, I don't think I fill out the failed attempts either. Oh no, I do that because if you exceed 3 failed attempts, then I lock you out. Then I set active to false. Or is it 3 attempts or was it 5 attempts? Something like that. But I don't apparently fill out the last attempt at login. I should do that. That's nice to know when someone last logged in for tracking, for analytics purposes. All right, cool. So I got that. So the other thing was I wanted to move the register user as a button up here. Let's log out. And I think we'll push this down. We'll have register and then log in here. Yeah, register and log in up there, and then I can get off of this page. So let's see. So I want to do. So this is login. So if you're anonymous, then do the login. I also want to do a class button. Not secondary. What was that other application CSS? Secondary. What, didn't I change a? Hunter Green. Thought I had a different color there. Well, I guess I'll make it the secondary one for now. I'm not too worried about colors yet. Because it's all going to be... it's weird. Secondary... register... Actually, I don't think I need to do that. I think it's going to be a straightforward link here. Secondary... text. Do I have a... where's my... messages, properties? Button, register. There we go. I'll say button dot register. And then do I have to do a form? I don't think I have to do a form for it. Where's the no, I just have a straight href. For that, grab that, and put that there, and yeah, that's good. Button secondary. Oh, I guess I should put this is one of the ones I gotta put roll button on or something like that. I guess I should do that down here too. for like the screen readers and whatnot. And then let's put a I guess padding, was it end now? Padding end 2. Give it a little bit of room between 2 buttons. Alright, let's see what that looks like. Yeah. Oh no, the padding. Oh no. You put the padding in the wrong spot. Maybe it's margin end. Yeah, that's better. Why does it seem like there's so much more space here? I think I'm just seeing things. See, I think it's just an optical illusion right now. Okay, so then clicking on this should take me to the create user account page. Awesome. We've been through this a couple times. Then the next thing is after you log in is being able to do the settings page. So let me go remove this link to register user on the home page, because it is now redundant, which is excellent. Oh, it froze again. Yeah. Elgato. If I yell loud enough, you think some engineer at Elgato will get his wings? Or lose his wings, I suppose. There we go. That should work. Oh, man. Anyway. Alright. Refresh this. Boom. That goes away. I guess at this point, too, I could probably get rid of my warnings and errors tests, but we'll leave them there for a bit. Make sure I don't mess anything else up with that. This is looking decent enough. Some space could be here, but I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. That's just kind of a placeholder. Yeah, so then next thing will be do the settings page. And then hopefully at some point here off camera, I'll get some of the tests written. Because I'm really behind on that. Very good. Very good. I'm also wondering, given what I've just found out about the USB header, I'm wondering if the basically I'm setting, by doing the filter here, I'm setting the core's headers on literally every request. On every resource, I mean. I guess that's fine. I think the only weird thing is I'm building up the server name string every time, which could be taking some time. But you kind of have to do that because of how allow origin works. So I suppose I mean the requests should theoretically always be coming from the same server. Like the server name shouldn't be changing. So I could theoretically make that a, or set that in a static. Like once I've set it once, then set it into a static, and then don't bother with it again. I mean, the only difference there is the scheme. The scheme might change, which would then necessarily change the port. Like if it came in as a, instead of secure, if it was something else, but. I think I will do that. Like, why not? See what happens. Go private, static, string, server name. Say if server name no have it get string get server name request say if this the server name equals no. Actually, you know what? That's confusing. Let's just do string name. If server name equals no. Name equals that. Name plus equals port. Okay. Else. Name equals this equals server name. Our name. There we go. Yeah, let's see. Check that real fast. Be easy enough to check. Because either everything's just going to work fine or everything's going to explode it. Start up. And oh, yeah. Froze again here. Gets really, really temperamental the longer it's running. It's funny. All right. So with that, refresh this. Go inspect network. Fresh. Let's see what it says here for our headers. Access control, allow origin. Yep, localhost 8443. Oh, very nice. And it seems to be going decently fast. So far, we're on the right side of that pathway. All right, log in again. Let's try it. Here's one. And log in. Boom. Yep, and we'll just have to get this working a little bit better. Here. If I log out, so now the other thing is the test is to go to /admin. Yeah. So it just gives me the bare page, which is what I was expecting. So I'll have to it only gave me the contents of the modal, basically. Which is fine. I just have to figure out a way to make those requests do something different. Like when you need to log in. I'll have to see. Oh, we'll have to figure something out there. I'm sure there's probably a way to do it where you can say like, you know, redirect to here or whatever in Spring Security. Let's see, is it up here? So there was something, security matcher, authorize any request as role, customizer with defaults, form login, form logout. I think that is login default successful. Yeah, login page is /login. There's a failure URL. Default success URL is the home. Failure is login. It goes to /login for that. So really, what I would do for this instead of going to /login, I'll send it to like login full or something, and that'll be like the full page login with all the different stuff. That's easy enough to deal with. We'll just add another method in the controller for that. But I think, my friends, that will do it for me for tonight. And I think actually, let me see if do I have any check style violations? That's the real question right now. Doesn't look like it. Let's run Maven verify. See if I broke any tests. Oh, what did I do here?
affect my mood. I'm gloomy in the winter.
The test did fail.
I'm witty in the summer, like it's only time to sing, but fall, it's gonna take time to explain it all. Hoodie weather, school starting.
Template input exception error happened during template parsing main.html. Property or field token cannot be found on null.
Every time I fall down, my soul gon' pick me back up. Every time I'm broke, my homie said
CSRF token. Right, because I put the CSRF stuff in there, which doesn't automatically happen when you're doing tests. The thing is, that should...
When you fall down for a second, you can get up. That's the only way you reach to the ceiling. The water too deep, keep your head up.
It should run that, otherwise that just kind of throws everything off. Alright, well that'll be something else to fix, because that's basically saying there's no CSRF, which means that it didn't run the filters when it ran the unit test. Which is not what I want. I want it to be an actual proper... I want it to have a CSRF token, proper one, and all that stuff. We'll have to see what that entails. It might be just the test config I have set up. I'll probably just have to add something to it. More than likely. But I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to commit and break the build because I can, because I own it. I own the repo, so I can break it all I want. I can break the rules because I make the rules. Minimal login JS, 6p header interceptor, header filter. Wait, didn't I get rid of the? Oh, I did. This is getting rid of it. Okay, yeah. I'll say. Okay, so what did we do? Got CSP nunts to work properly. Moved login modal stuff around a bit to make the nunts work properly. Added moved register to button on top nav, and added minimal layout for Ajax calls that insert small snippets of HTML into the page. Changed CSP from filter to interceptor, so it isn't called for every resource, only for controller endpoint. Okay, that should be good for now. Good, that is committed. Go check the repo here. There it is. It's all committed. That build should fail any minute now. But otherwise, I think we're good. I think we're done. I think we're good. Coming up next will be the trying to get the settings page done. Yeah, there it is. It failed. Trying to get the settings pages done. Trying to figure out the GeoIP stuff and having a email go out whenever you log in successfully to let you know that you've logged in successfully in case someone else is logged in as you on a different device, which means that do a little bit of device identification there, ever so slightly. And along with the GeoIP lookup for that same email. We already have the email template stuff working, so they'll just be adding a new email template, and then the logic for when to kick off that email shouldn't be a huge issue or anything like that I'm predicting. And then hopefully off camera I'll do some testing and do some more research into maybe even get started on some code for the WebRTC stuff, mainly the Sun and Turn server and ICE stuff, because I think I can bite them off just by reading the RFC documents. They seem a little bit more readable than the WebRTC RFC document is. So I'll look at that on my own and see if I can do some stuff there and try to get that into the ingest project, and maybe get like an actual test, because that stuff, what's good about that is I can test that with JavaScript just in the browser, because I'm just going to be doing the server piece of it, so it's responding to the requests and things, so that'll be good. Yeah, we'll see what else comes of that. So that'll be next. So my next coding sessions will be next Friday night and next Saturday afternoon. And then as far as the streaming week goes, next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday will be more Dragon Quest 11. So we'll continue with that. And as always, there's no stream tomorrow on Monday. Normally there wouldn't be a stream on Sunday, but I didn't have one yesterday, so that's why we're doing this Sunday here. But yeah, that about covers all of the bases, I would say. And what the hell is going on with the camera now? Jesus. I don't even know what it's even showing. But we'll get that worked out there. There we go. I don't even know what that was. Anyway, that will do it for me for today, friends. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thank you for everyone to hanging out and keeping me company and striking up conversations and all those things. Thank you to the new followers as well. There's a definite pattern happening, and it's whenever I do a coding stream, I get followers. Whenever I do a game stream, I don't. So I'm thinking I may need to do some more coding streams. Is what I'm thinking. But thank you everybody for all that. And yep, we'll all disperse. I'm not gonna push you guys off on anybody, I don't think, here. I'm just gonna let you guys go. But thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Hope everyone has an excellent morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on what it is for you. And hope to see you back here again in the future for some more stuff. Whatever happens to suit your fancy. Until then, see you, bye.